to open for our Centerville Continuous Improvement Plan presentation. And good afternoon to everyone. Hope everybody is doing fine.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the opportunity. Centerville Elementary, their staff, their wonderful staff in the back, and their administrative team here have come to share the great things that are happening at Centerville and the goals they put in place to continue the growth that they experienced last year, even more this year. So I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Seymour.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Madam Chair, Dr. Kelly, members of the board, thank you all so very much for allowing us the opportunity to present our turnaround plan again this year. It is revised and updated to really meet the needs of this year compared to last year. I honestly did not have any intentions of having to present again this year, as I thought we would make enough growth to get ourselves out of the below average rating, but unfortunately we were not. Before I begin, I do want to give a huge thank you to my teachers in the building. I know it's a little disheartening that we were 1 point away from being average, which is not our overall goal. Our overall goal, of course, is to be good or excellent. And I can honestly say when we received the report card rating of below average, we knew what it was going to take. We knew it was going to be hard work. We had to look at a lot of different areas of where we need to focus. And it was going to take time and effort and energy and was really going to be a lot of hard work. And I have to say, I could not have asked for a better staff. They came every single day, prepared, ready, a smile on their face. They put the students first in everything that they did. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. So this year we did see meaningful gains, which does speak volumes to the instructional work that is underway. Last year, with changes in state standards and curriculum, we knew we needed to lay the foundation for our teachers and students to be successful. We've invested in strengthening instructional practices, building teacher capacity, and aligning curricula. Sustained growth does take time, and it comes from establishing strong foundations. While we finished 1 point below the average rating, the data does show a positive trajectory. Our focus now is on the specific instructional practices and implementing high-quality instructional materials that will help us move from growth to having sustained performance over time. And in saying that, I do want to show you all a chart. I'll let you put that, Mr. McIntosh, if you don't mind. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. So this is our comparative data from 2024 versus 2025. As you can see, we increased in every area with the exception of preparing for success, which is our science test. So we know that is an area of weakness, and we are focusing on that this year. And we did go from a total of 36 points to 41 points, and to be an average, you have to have 42 points. But again, we did increase in every single area. And I do want to talk about the school climate too, because it was a tough lift last year. That would be very easy for our teachers to dig their heels in, to really just kind of feel defeated, and they did not. And in that, our school climate did increase as well. So I think that does show that we've got a lot of support for our teachers. We're here to help them in any way we possibly can. So last year, I'm just going to recap a little bit. We did have 10 new teachers, and 13 out of 28 of our teachers had less than 5 years of experience in our building. So we really worked on laying the foundation. It was our first year implementing HMH, which is our reading curriculum. The other schools in our district, that's probably their 4th or 5th year last year using that curriculum. We were asked to continue with balanced literacy for a while, so we did continue with that, but we have gone to HMH with last year being our first year, so that was a learning curve. But this year we're seeing great success in our data, looking at our HMH data. We were focusing on stabilizing our systems, strengthening instruction school-wide, with a heavy focus on our ML population, because that's been a learning curve for us, as well well as our students who fell in the lower 20% on achievement. So that's really where we focused last year and just filling in the gaps where we needed to. Well, this year, we had to bring on 2 new teachers, but both of those teachers do have experience, which have been great additions to our school family. We really are working on deepening our implementation of our highly qualified instructional materials, continuously using our data to adjust our instruction and group our students as needed, breaking down the standards and aligning them to the depth of knowledge levels, which we have a handout for you so you'll understand what that is and how it's connected to SC Ready, and continuing instructional support and professional development for our teachers. And this year, we are really being strategic, intentional, and really focusing on sustained growth throughout the year.
Ms. Seymour, out of those 10 new teachers, how many were 3, 4, 5? Do you know offhand?
I'll have to think.
More than 50%? 3, 5, 4, 5 of them? Half of them?
At least.
That's a tough lift.
All right, our next information that we have is for our subgroups that we've been supporting. As a team, we've been working to be extremely intentional and strategic and reflective about how we can continue to support our students. While this is not a goal of ours, this is something that we want to continue to make sure that we're being intentional about, because it does impact our state report card. And one of those groups are our ML population. We're looking at their data and pretty much trying to make sure we're supporting them throughout this process. 75% of our students who are MLs are progressing towards meeting their growth targets, which is huge. It's also to be commended, because a lot of times our kids come to us when they lack those background knowledge information as well as vocabulary. So trying to ensure that they're understanding what the expectation is, as well as providing them with a thorough understanding of the content. We've really been front-loading that information in the classroom, as well as with our ML instructors. We have Ms. Holly Marcinville, who's our ML instructor, as well as Ms. Nicole Smith. We've received some extra support from Whitehall. She comes to us from Whitehall Elementary School, and she serves so many days a week. And then we also have Ms. Dawn Grantham, who is also a certified teacher who we're able to bring onto staff to support our students as well. We've seen great success with them, and we're looking forward to continued success as we continue to front load their instruction to make sure they have an even playing field. Our next subgroup that's also represented on our state report card is our African American and not disabled children. And once again, just being intentional about providing them with support, ensuring they have the vocabulary that they need in order to be successful. A lot of times they come to school, they don't have the necessary background that our other children have. So we want to ensure that our kids have a vocabulary that's rich, access the curriculum, as well as just have that background knowledge. We've also received benchmark assessments from the district. Our instructional team has been very paramount in being able to provide us with those supports. With that support, that's also something that we see on our state report card, and we're able to continue to provide our teachers with support and provide our students with support as they're teaching our students and receiving that feedback. Looking at that data, we're able to drive instruction to ensure that our students are making the gains they need for our state report card.
So one of our goals in looking at our teachers and where they are in our career is really just making sure that we have everyone on a level playing field as well. And I've been in contact this year. Dr. Kelly has graciously allowed me to participate in a training with the State Department, and there are 22 other principals all across the state of South Carolina, and it has been a wonderful learning experience. And in that, you know, we talk about where we are as a school, what are things that you are doing, and in the conversation, there have been many other principals that are kind of standing in the same position that I am in right now, where they are as a school. And Solution Tree kept getting brought up as you really need to look into this. This is a wonderful experience. They will come in, they tailor everything to fit the needs of your school. So I was talking to Ms. Elrod and then talking with Title I of would it be possible for us to be able to look into using that company. This is not just something that is a whim. It's a very well-established company. They've been around since 1998, I believe. I'll talk about that in a minute. But really for them focusing on Tier 1 instruction and how to meet the needs of what we need at Centerville. They truly tailor it for your school. After talking with some of the principals across the state, I reached out to Solution Tree, and we happened to have a representative that lives here in Anderson. She said, I'll be there Friday. So we met with her, we talked about where we are as a school. I was very transparent, talking about staff, talking about data, areas that we really wanted to improve upon. So in that, they take all of the information that you give and they turn it into whoever is over her. I don't know what his exact title would be, but they line you up with a consultant that's the best fit for your school. And we were very fortunate. The person that they aligned us with, her name is Erica Chapa. She is bilingual as well, and she comes with great past behind her of all the things that she's done in her district and has truly transformed where they were and where they have gone as well. We actually had our first training with her on January the 14th, and it was amazing. And that they truly start from the ground and build upon that. If you'll go to the next. So what is Solution Tree? And Ms. Bryant's going to pass out a flyer to you all on what is Solution Tree. So it has been around since 1998, and it's worked to transform education worldwide by empowering educators to raise student achievement. So in meeting with our consultant, the personalized goals for Centerville is to support and train for building professional learning communities, which is they're your PLCs, and that's truly teacher-led, and research states that teachers who are invested in PLCs, you retain them, they have buy-in, they have ownership in your building, and truly help transform the building into where it needs to be. It helps to build teacher and leader capacity, which also results in higher teacher retention. They're also focusing on increasing student engagement and rigor, continuously looking at data and making decisions based off of the data, and then as well as strategies to support special education and ML learners. And in our conversation from January the 14th, that really is going to be our next focus, is to really be looking at our ML learners and specific strategies. She said, because I once was an ML learner, so I do know what that is like. Because that's been a hurdle for us, it really has been, so we are continuing to work through that. So that's our first goal. This plan this year is a little bit different. We have 3 goals this year, the way that the state has it laid out. And so I will let Ms. Bryant talk about that.
Okay, so I'm gonna speak for just a few minutes on our iReady data with our children. And by May 2026, 35% of our children in kindergarten through 5th grade will meet their stretch growth targets in iReady. And then we also have 60% will meet their iReady typical growth targets. And as of our winter diagnostic assessments, we're already on track to exceed our goals in the spring. So we're really excited about that. That's been very helpful. Why a 35% stretch growth? Stretch growth represents accelerated progress and is intentionally set lower than a typical growth. So setting the goal at 35% reflects a challenging yet attainable goal, a target. If a significantly higher percentage of students met that stretch growth, it would no longer really represent true stretch. So we do have the 35% set for our students. And then why typical, or why 60% typical growth? Normally about 50% of your students are expected to meet or exceed their typical growth targets. So we intentionally increased our expectation by 10% in order to set realistic but ambitious goals for improvement for our students. So we are looking at the 60%. And then also for the state shows that our North Star, there it is. North Star, at least 75% of students are at or above grade level by 2030, and that is set by the state. So we are building and trying to attain that as well. So our math goal is the same as our ELA goal. We still have the same with our 35% of students to reach their stretch goal and 60% to reach their targeted growth. It's the same, but we've intentionally chosen to prioritize both subjects because research indicates that when instructional focus is concentrated too heavily in one academic area, then student achievement in other core areas may decline. So we want to make sure that we keep both of those at the top and both of those as our priority, because maintaining balanced emphasis supports stronger outcomes across shorter disciplines. So our instructional focus Progress toward this goal will be driven by strong tier 1 instruction, and as you've heard about MLs and all of our students, we want to make sure that all of our children are getting the best instruction possible. So we're really focusing on strengthening that tier 1 instruction to ensure that all students receive high quality standards aligned teaching that meets diverse learning needs in both our ELA and in our MAC.
So we have our updates on our instructional strategies, and we have a handout, and it has the DOK. Ms. Seymour talked about this a little bit. One thing we did last year that we saw great success in was the collaborative backwards planning. And all that is having the end in mind, looking at those assessments, looking at exactly the vocabulary that's used, how the students are gonna be asked to be assessed on this question, on this standard, and really aligning it to our DOK. So SC Ready, majority of the test is gonna be that level 2 DOK level, so it's not just gonna say what is and fill in the blank, it's gonna have them take it to that next level. And so we start this even down in kindergarten, having the students and the teachers really be intentional about their questioning throughout their instruction to make sure they are prepared for the assessment. Because if they're only instructed at a level 1, when they get to those module assessments and unit assessments, and then eventually SC Ready, it takes them off guard, and a lot of times it's not that they don't know the content, it's they don't know what's being asked of them. So the earlier we can just get this into them, the better, and we've had great success with it. And then we use iReady, that's new to us this year. In the past, we used map testing. iReady has been amazing. I can't say enough good things about it. It is wonderful for tracking specific deficits. So with map testing, it did do that, but not as teacher-friendly as iReady. iReady will color code it. It will give you exactly, the domain that they're low in, and we're able to really use that to track their progress. So we give the diagnostic, which is the screener, and we give that in the fall, the winter, and then again in the spring, and that's where the goals are tied into, that Ms. Bryant talked about, that we want them by the spring to meet that year's worth of growth. Your lower students, you want them to meet that stretch growth because they have bigger gaps to close. And so then between that, we also have the growth monitoring that we're able to use to monitor their progress. So really looking at across all of our demographics, our subgroups, are they making progress towards these goals or are they not? And if they're not, it gives the teachers and us as a team a clear deficit to look at. This is what they're struggling with. Let's intervene and do this with them, and let's track their progress, and then let's come back to the table and see what the next steps are. And then it also does, I told y'all it was good, it also does a standards mastery. And so it takes our South Carolina aligned standards, and it tells us exactly which standards they've mastered in grade levels below and their current grade level, which has been a wonderful tool. And then we're able to take that and form strategy groups for the kids. And so that way we know every student is getting exactly what they need, and their intervention and their instruction is all aligned to them. And then we also restructured our MTSS framework. This was new for us this year, and the goal is to emphasize Tier 1 instruction. And so what that means is, it's just your core grade level instruction. If kids are missing that grade level instruction and they're only getting intervention, well, we're causing bigger gaps, we're not closing the gap. And so we were very intentional. We met back over the summer and did a master schedule. And so we prioritized looking at all of our kids that would be in resource and kids that would be in intervention based on our data from the spring. And we really were intentional about instructional blocks that each grade level had. So that way, we would be able to know, okay, this student is getting, ELA at this time, small group at this time, so we can do an intervention here if we need to, but they're still getting that grade level content. And along with that, we've restructured our intervention and resource. So we looked at every group of children that we had, and we really looked, what do you need? What is going to be the best environment for you? And so with that, it led us to push in intervention, which has been beyond time efficient. And so that instead of the interventionists going to the classroom and pulling the kids out and having to go down the hallway, they just come into the classroom, pull the group, the teacher has a group, and they're able to really get through those and then go to the next classroom. We had tremendous success with that in the fall semester. And then same thing with the resource. We were able to look at which kids are right there below grade level, which kids are, have a bigger gap to fill, and looking at, is it going to be better for the resource teachers to push in and do inclusion during their whole group instruction, or will it be more beneficial for those students to be pulled out and have a less distracting environment? So everything really has been tailored to the students what they need and what's gonna be the best environment for them, and then also tracking their progress. And then like Ms. Seymour said, Solution Tree, we're using the PLCs, and that's really to build teacher leaders, align instruction, and ensure consistency among classrooms. We really wanted teachers to have a voice, and we wanted them to lead a lot of the conversations and bring up the standards and looking at the standard, what does this mean, how do we teach this? If we're just now introducing it, we're gonna introduce it on DOK level 1, and then we're gonna build to that DOK level 2 and 3. And so just really being intentional about that and allowing teachers to really collaborate and work together and ensure that everyone has the same vision of what this looks like and really learning from each other. And I think that it's gonna build amazing teacher efficacy in our building, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
How many interventionists do you have? Total number?
We have 7.
Wow.
All in different areas, math, reading, one working with an ML population, so, and wherever else they are needed. Some do both subjects.
Is that
So
most of
it's
you?
truly whatever the students need.
Most of your title budget
Yes.
going there?
So, absolutely. We've been very, very grateful to have that, because it has been very beneficial, especially this year with the push-in. We've seen much more success with that, with them pushing into the classroom. The next slide just really looks at where we were at the end of the year last year based off of SC Ready, what our scores were, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and where we are right now, what iReady is projecting our students to be in ELA and in math. As you can see, 3rd grade, there's a minus 5% right there. That's at mid-year. That's not talking about the end of the year, so I have no thoughts other than it will not be that they will continue to make gains. They're doing a great job. They're meeting with Ms. Bearden consistently, planning, looking at small groups to make sure that the students are successful in reading. And in math, they're holding their own mid-year where the 3rd grade last year ended the year. And then if you look for 4th and 5th grade, both subjects, double-digit increase, and that's only at mid-year. That's not at the end of the year. So we're very, very thankful for the progress that we are seeing in all grade levels. And then at the bottom, as you know, having people present about the report card, the ABTs and the MATs are the targets that the students need to meet. The MAT, the students will receive 1 point for meeting their MAT, and then ABT is determined based on how much growth that you make. And depending upon the student, they can make up to 13 points meeting their ABT. So last year, we had a 12% gain in students meeting their ABTs, which we were very, very excited about that. And so, which was a total of 39.9% of our students meeting their MATs, and then 25.2 meeting their ABTs. And based off of iReady right now, we have for MAT projections, 49% of our students to meet that, which would be 1 point, and then for ABTs, 29.4% to meet that. And again, that's just mid-year. So very excited about this data and very excited about iReady and the way that it breaks it down.
Do we know if the formula for the MAT and ABT has changed since last year, and if we don't know, or it hasn't changed?
I have not heard that it
Okay.
has changed.
As long as we got a good understanding of what, you know,
And
what.
the teachers, Ms. Collins has given us a spreadsheet based off of what they've scored on iReady, what they need to score on iReady in the spring to meet their MATs and their ABTs. We just got that information at our last elementary principals meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does iReady do any sort of projection on how they're gonna do on SC Ready?
This
Okay.
right here, yes.
Do we know how accurate that is? We haven't been doing it that long.
No, this is our first year
Yeah.
doing it, but based off of the program, this is where it's saying that we're sitting right now.
I just
we've
recall
seen-
MAP being about 80% accurate, so
I do believe Ms. Jukes is higher than that, they're telling us closer to 90%.
that's good.
So I want to take a second and congratulate you. You went up 5 percentage points, which I know is a Herculean task, but you're still here.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I hate that. I know almost as bad as y'all hate it.
Yes, sir.
And as you looked back at your plan last year, and I'm looking at your plan this year, can you tell me if there's just one place that you can concentrate to pull up just 1 point, not 6 points, but at least, well, I would love to see you go up 10 or 20 points, okay? But, you know, realistically, if you can only look at one place, a quick solve, a quick learning, a quick whatever, how can you pull up that 1 point this year?
My
One, one place.
My personal opinion.
Yes.
It would be in the classroom, the tier 1 instruction. I think that's what impacts everything, is what's going on in the classroom. Ms. Beard and Ms. Bryant do a fabulous job being in with teachers, helping them plan. That's the first piece of it, really knowing your standards, planning your lessons, executing your lessons, knowing how the children did on the assessments. Then what do you do with those assessments? We don't just leave them. We have to teach them the areas that they didn't achieve on those assessments so they are able to move forward. So if I had to say one area, it would be the tier 1 instruction, which would have an impact on academic achievement in reading and in math.
I asked someone that had a lot of experience in this. If you just got to move 1 point, if that's all you had to do, what's a way of doing that? And I was told test-taking skills. You know, if you're looking at 5 points or even 2 or 3, that might not be the answer. But at 1 point, you know, if children just learn how to look at a multiple choice question and eliminate 2 of them, boy, their chances of getting that question are a whole lot better. And, you know, you don't skip, you go through, you know, y'all know the test-taking skills better than I do. But I thought I'd just pass that along, and that isn't something that you just want to do a week before test. And you don't want to do the test. You don't even want to teach the test. You want to teach how to take the test, you know, and which helps you in life because we're tested every day just as we grow older. So.
I also think back to our backwards mapping design that we do with our teachers each week during our planning sessions. We've been very intentional about having conversations with them about the formatting of the assessment, making sure they have higher level questions, but also taking the time to look at the assessment, look at each choice and say, okay, is this the right one? Or talk about their process of elimination. So we agree 100%.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But I do thank you I know the effort, I saw the effort. I'm sorry to see you back here, but I don't expect to see you back here
Yes,
next
sir.
year.
We don't expect to
Yeah.
by any means.
Thank you.
Quick
But
question,
we're continuing to work hard for sure.
I'm sorry, that little drop in science, did that cost you a point? Okay. That's tragic. I mean, it's great, 1 grade level, and yeah, so. But this data, I'll agree with Mr. Bradshaw, the data and the focus is really good. So continue on.
Thank you.
I will agree with Mr. Bradshaw on the test-taking skills. Has nothing to do with public school, but your teenagers, when they take the permanent test, about 80% will fail it the first time as multiple choice, because I think they don't take their time with it. They just rush through it. So I kind of see what Rick's saying on that.
Makes sense for sure. So in closing, I have 3 words up here: passion, progress, purpose, and progress. And together we do unite passion and purpose to drive progress and achievement. And I can wholeheartedly say every single person that walks in the building at Centerville, we do that every single moment of the day. We know why we're here. We're here for our kids. We're here to make sure that they are successful. That is our passion, that is our purpose, and we will continue doing everything that we possibly can to make sure we're making more progress.
And that's a good thing. And to your teachers also, have your mind set on the child. What can I do to help this child this morning? Don't worry about what the superintendent thinks or what the school board thinks. You do what you need to do to help that child, because that will bring your down. You know, what can I do today? Oh, something might happen today. But if you do what you're supposed to be doing and know what you're doing and go ahead and do that, those children will learn. But this is my 50th year. So I do know my ABCs. I don't know all them MITs and all that stuff. But I know my ABCs. and I know my wow words. So if we go ahead and teach that, and teach them to do whatever the questions is, to say what you're supposed to say, and you go in there with an easy mind that you're not upset about, I don't know what would happen if something, don't worry about that. You put your mind on God and the children, and you have a wonderful year. What, 80-some more days, because this was the 100th year day? Okay.
Well, and we do appreciate everything y'all do and all the hard, because I know y'all put a whole lot of hard work into this, appreciate all your dedication.
And there was a year you were looking to get to that next level, and you didn't go one level, you went two. You skipped a whole level.
Absolutely, and we will do it again.
Yeah.
So we are working hard towards that. And again, thank you all so very much, and thank you to my teachers. I mean, they're the ones who do the
Oh,
heavy
yeah.
lifting, truly. So I could not
Rubber
do it
meets the
without
road right
them.
there. Amen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Sarah.
y'all.
They stayed on schedule right there, 6:30.
Okay, now we're closing the work section at this time, and we're gonna get ready at 6:30 and get ready for our meeting, our board meeting.
It is time.
Oh, yeah, 6:31, okay. I'd like to, I'll wait till people come in. You can hear us, Mr. K? Mr. K? You can hear us, okay, good, good. Doing
Thank all
fine.
y'all for coming.
Thank you.
Don't rush out.
Yeah. I'll call our meeting to order now, and I welcome all of you that's here. And we welcome you to our January board meeting, and we're glad to have you here with us. Invocation, I will do the invocation, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll go into other things. Oh, Heavenly Father, we are here tonight because of you. Heavenly Father, just be with us as we try to do the things that we're supposed to do and the things that you want us to do. Be with us as we're with these children every day, that we will be teaching them something that they would be able to do when they'll get out into the world as we are. Heavenly Father, for all the people that's in this room, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for being here with us, and that we have our safe travels back to our own places. But, oh, Heavenly Father, make sure, and that you make sure that we do what we need to do so that we will be able to see you when it's time for us to leave this place. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Should have a flyover like football.
I love those. I get chills.
I do too.
I'll sing
I
the,
love those things.
okay.
Good evening. As you know, the first action item in every January is the board officer elections. We have all sent in your self-nominations. We have chair, vice chair, and secretary coming up. Mr. K, can you hear me pretty good? I hear you good. Okay, all right, good deal, sir. The first vote will be for chair. Your two nominees are Sandra Leverett and Trip Dukes. For those in attendance, I want to ask you to raise your hand. Mr. K, I'm just going to give a little pause, and then you respond in the affirmative, if that's all right with you.
All right, sir.
All right. For those casting their vote for Ms. Sandra Leverett for chair, please raise your hand. All right, those.
Affirmative.
All right, we got you. Did you get Mr. K? Those for Mr. Trip Dukes, please raise your hand. All right. Congratulations, Ms. Leverett. Next
Thank you.
up, we have vice chair. Your two nominees on
I didn't hear you.
Next up, we have vice chair. Your two nominees are Tommy Price and Bill Thompson. Those in favor of Mr. Tommy Price, please signify by raising your hand.
Affirmative.
Those in favor of Mr. Bill Thompson, please signify by raising your hand. All right, congratulations, Mr. Price.
Congratulations, Mr. Price.
Next up, we have secretary. Your two nominees are Mr. Rick Bradshaw and Ms. Cindy Burris. Those in favor of Mr. Rick Bradshaw, please signify by raising your hand.
Not Mr.
Okay. All right. Those in favor of Ms. Burris, please signify by raising your hand. Mr. K, did you hear the two nominees?
Mr. Bradshaw, affirmative.
Okay. Congratulations, Bradshaw.
Congratulations, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank
Thank you.
We take a recess?
Do you want to? You feel like it? Okay, we gotta move around.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, just one.
Let's not get our waters mixed up.
Yeah, too much crap going around.
Hey, Amy, it's Kyle. Okay, you got you on speakerphone, okay? We're moving a couple things around and stuff, but, we'll get back on.
Okay, it's time, Chair, thank you for the election of the chair, and I'll try to do my best. And you make sure that you all are behind me as we do the things that we need to do for this board. Could I get approval of the agenda?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
And I second.
I do have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I would propose, in the interest of transparency, we move Section D in the executive session, which is sale of property 102 North Main Street, into public discussion under action items, so it could go under board parliamentarian contracted service for 2026.
Second.
So if I'm in order, I can make a subsequent motion.
And this, what we D, 102 North Main Street. You want it where?
Moved out of executive session.
Out of executive session into, where it could be discussed publicly. But it doesn't matter to me really where it goes, just out of executive session.
Do I have a motion for that?
He made the motion.
He made the
Second,
motion.
yeah.
Cindy seconded.
Cindy seconded. Is there any discussion?
Can we do that, or?
I would agree. It was, the last time we talked about it was in public session when we got.
No, I'm talking about, can we move it
Oh,
since it's in executive session too?
we've done that before.
Okay, I'm just asking, not question.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second that we will move D 102 Main Street property sale into, make it,
That's a motion. We haven't voted yes yet.
oh. Are we ready to vote? I don't care about moving it.
I don't know.
All in favor of moving it to open session?
All in favor to moving it to open session?
Harold?
Mr. K?
Mr. K, you want to move it to open session?
Your roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote, is that? You have how many? Five that voted for it.
He voted for it. 6.
Where you want to put it?
All
Put it,
those,
All those in favor of,
no, all those opposed?
all those opposed of it, okay. I said I didn't care.
I would just make it item F, is that?
Okay, we'll make
Make it
it
item
item
F.
F.
Mhm.
After parliamentary.
Okay, let me see where I am. Okay, I guess that's where I am. School board recognition of excellence by the superintendent.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, I would like to thank each of you, and I'm talking to the Board of Trustees. We're recognizing you tonight because, as you know, January is the South Carolina School Board of Recognition Month, and each of you work tirelessly for the betterment of our school districts, for our kids, for our families, and I appreciate each of you for that. The South Carolina School Board Association established the Boardmanship Institute in 1982, offering a year-round training curriculum focused on leadership skill for board members on state and national education issues. Board members, you all, earn points for participating in statewide conferences and on-site training in your district. The Boardmanship Institute's 6 levels of recognitions, and they're based on the points accrued annually. Tonight, Madam Chair Leverett and Ms. Burris have earned Boardmanship Level 2 status, so we have for you a certificate of that earning and a pin. So Ms. Leverett, congratulations. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
And Ms. Burris, thank you so much for all you do for earning Level 2. We appreciate you both. In addition to that, there are 6 levels for this institute, and once you get to that highest level, that's Level 6. And we have one board member that has earned that level, and that's Mr. Rick Brashaw. So, Mr. Brashaw, thank you for your success and continuing to be a part of our district. And in addition to that, earning Level 6 years ago, this year marks your 20th year. So congratulations. Thank you for 2 decades. 2 decades of volunteering for our district and always putting our kids first. We appreciate you so much. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
So, thank you all again. We appreciate each of you. We know what you do is so very important, not only for us as employees, but our families and our students and our teachers, and we just appreciate each of you. So thank you so much. For all you do, we have some thoughtful gifts that the schools have put together for you all in the conference room right outside. So after the meeting, make sure to go buy those and get those. Okay, so thank you again. We appreciate you.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to say real quick, if I could, thank you to each one of the board members and your families for the time you put in, because I know it impacts not only yourself, but your families.
And to what principals are out there, thanks for whatever's in the room. I know it's gonna be good.
Okay, we did that. Our next item is opportunity for the citizens to address the board. I think it's 3 minutes for addressing.
3 minutes, yes.
For addressing the board, so we have Cynthia Windsor and Hayden Duncan.
Good evening. Again, I'm Cynthia Wander, the STEM teacher at Nevitt Forest Elementary School. I'll be brief tonight. I just wanted to share a few thoughts. First, as always, I continue to advocate for STEM education in all elementary schools in our district. Our students deserve these opportunities. But tonight, I mainly wanted to express my gratitude. I'm thankful for my school, my administration, and their support. This is my 6th year at Nevitt Forest and my 4th principal, but I have always felt supported by my administrative team. I'm thankful for all of the staff at my school, from the culinary and custodial staff to the administrative team and everyone in between. And I'm thankful for this board and the work that each of you do on behalf of our students and families. I know what you do isn't easy, and I appreciate the time and energy you all invest. I'm especially grateful that this board includes people with different perspectives, life experiences, and philosophies. That's not a weakness, it's essential. Not all of our students are white, conservative Christians. I am those 3 things, but I do my best to represent all of my students and colleagues, those of different skin tones, ages, religious backgrounds, demographics, etc. To truly represent all families in Anderson, we need all voices at this table, even though they don't always agree. We need thoughtful debate and diverse viewpoints. So when I see efforts from some members of this board and some of their constituents to push certain board members off the board simply because they think differently, I'm concerned. Our students benefit when adults model respectful disagreement and collaboration. Creating an environment where all voices are heard and respected also means having clear, fair processes. I'd also like you to gently review Robert's Rules of Orders and use it more consistently. Clear procedures help everyone participate effectively. Thank you again for your service to Anderson 5 families.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Hayden Duncan. I am an architect with Craig Alden Davis PBK in Greenville. I just wanted to take some time out of my day and, like y'all, take a lot of time out of your schedules to be here in service of your community to thank y'all, as Ms. Kelly said, during National School Board Appreciation Month. As a token of our appreciation, we just wanted to gift you this box of tea, and there's a note that y'all can read as well on this once it's given to y'all that kind of signifies the role that school boards play in our communities, that it really takes the right balance of creativity, experience, and knowledge in order to have a successful school board, just like an architecture project. And we really appreciate all the work that you put forward to ensure the success of your community, students, and teachers daily. So in conclusion, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your speeches tonight, and let it be something that's good and something that we can all go back and think about.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt just a second? We do need one recognition of excellence. Dee Self got the WYFF Golden Apple Award this past week. So congratulations to that. I know some of these things seem trivial, but it's nice to wake up and see one of your staff members or teachers on WYFF getting the Golden Apple Award. And just thanks for all the WYFF does to support our teachers.
She teaches at
Wow.
Calhoun and
Wow.
Concord as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
Concord, wow.
Concord
Say I was right.
Yeah.
Sorry. She was a child.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
But I just, that's neat to wake up and see that.
Thank you, I didn't see, thank you. Okay, we're down to number 8, superintendent's report.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Ken Meadows of the Green Finney Cawley Audit Firm is here this evening to present the results of the financial audit and the procurement audit. So, Mr. Meadows, welcome. We're glad to have you.
All right, thank you. Once again, it's my pleasure to be here tonight. It was our pleasure to serve as your auditor this past fiscal year. And so, as I'll do, I'll go through my presentation like I normally do. Hopefully y'all got copies of it as well.
Yes, they do. In your accordion file, you have the copies in the back. Yes.
Yeah, so if you've got any questions as I go through anything, feel free to stop me and ask away or ask me at the end or whatever you want to. That'd be fine. So are we going to display it or?
Yes.
That's really good. All right. Let's see. See if I can make this full screen. I'll roll on. I'll let them figure out how to make it full screen if they can. But just, you know, the first thing that we get up there is the opinion. That's one of the first things you get to in the financial statements. Kind of does a good job of outlining who's responsible for what. So I'll just remind you that the district's responsible for your internal controls and the accounting records and the financial statements. Our responsibility is to provide reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance, but reasonable assurance that the financial statements are materially correct. So, you know, that concept of materiality is there. So we don't audit every transaction and everything like that, but we do want to make sure that the financial statements are materially correct. And then finally, it's not a forensic audit. We're not, the purpose of this is not to find fraud if it exists in the district. It's to provide an opinion on the financial statements. And then finally, we issued an unmodified opinion, so there was no need to modify our opinion. So that's the best opinion you can get. That's the one that we usually get, most districts get. So, looking at the fund balance in the general fund, next few slides we'll just look at the general fund. You'll see there was no change in the fund balance in the current year. It stayed at $38.4 million. Of almost all of that is unassigned, $38.2 million. And that's about 25% of actual and budgeted expenditures. The minimum fund balance policy for the district is 20%, so you're above that, so that's good. The GFOA recommends 16.7% as a minimum, so you've got a pretty healthy fund balance in the general fund. And, you know, just to remind everyone, it's important at June 30th to have a nice fund balance, mainly for cash flow purposes, because you get the property taxes that come in January, February or so. At June 30th, you've still got to have enough cash on hand to take you through the next 6 months without that, before that property tax starts coming back in. And as you'll see in a few slides, our property tax is a big source of your revenue. So that's our primary purpose, to have a healthy fund balance. It's also, you know, just emergencies. There's some, you know, as you found during COVID, you know, sometimes, you know, the funds don't get there. As we found out this past year when the federal funding was delayed for a few weeks or so, you know, it's nice to have a fund balance there so you don't have to react, that you've got that cash on hand to carry you through that. So just to remind everyone why that's important. Next, we'll look at revenues. Revenues for this past fiscal year were almost $154 million. You'll see the state contributed almost $88 million, and then taxes contributed about $60 million. So those were your two primary revenue sources. Compared to last year, revenues increased $2.7 million. You'll see property taxes increased to $1.7 million. That was due to basically a growth in assessed values there. Contributed to that increase in property taxes. The state increased their funding by about $700,000. And then investment earnings increased this year by about $300,000. Compared to budget, revenues were $12.5 million over budget. That was mainly due to investment earnings coming in higher than budgeted. I think our budget pretty conservatively when it comes to investment earnings. And then property tax revenues came in higher than budgeted, along with state revenues as well. So that's a quick snapshot of the revenues. Next, looking at your general fund expenditures and transfers. General fund expenditures were almost $151 million this past year. That's an increase of about 4% from the prior year, about $5.7 million. And driving that increase was primarily increases in compensation and benefits, maintenance, security, and capital outlay expenditures. Compared to budget, expenditures came in $2.9 million under budget, and that was primarily due to unfilled positions. So you all budgeted as if all positions were filled, and then as it takes time to fill some positions, that contributes to expenses coming in under budget. And then that was partially offset by higher than budgeted capital outlay. So capital outlay came in a little bit higher than budgeted as well. So you also had transfers in this year of $13.1 million of special revenue funds. You had budgeted $12.5 million. Most of that is the aid to classrooms that flows from the special revenue EIA fund. And then you had transfers out to the capital projects fund of $16 million. So that's a real quick overview of the general fund. Next, we'll look at the special revenue funds. You'll see the special revenue funds, special projects, and EIA funds. They had about $3.9 million in carryover available for spending in this current fiscal year 26, and that kind of compares to $4.2 million in carryover for last year. You've also got some funds or sub-funds within these funds that have fund balances, and you'll see the fund balance at year end is about $4.3 million. Most of that is assigned for Medicaid-related expenditures, $2.2 million, and then student activities, $1.6 million. The student activities are about various clubs and associations and things like that out at various schools. So that's the fund balances associated with those. And then you'll see the Ed Foundation had about $400,000 in its fund balance as well. Looking at the food service fund, you'll see the food service fund had a $1.8 million fund balance at the end of the year. They had a planned decrease of $1.1 million. And you'll see that the next bullet point down there is that the fund balance is now about 16% of expenditures. It had been above 30%, which the state doesn't like, and that's kind of why you've got this planned decrease. So I think this year you'll see in a couple slides, or the next slide maybe, where y'all spent some money on capital outlay related to food service for culinary equipment. So that was basically an attempt to spend down that fund balance and improve your equipment and stuff like that. So that's a quick overview of the special revenue funds. Looking at capital assets and then the capital projects fund, you'll see the major capital asset additions this year. Total construction additions were about $5.7 million. That included T.O. Hanna bleachers of $1.1 million. The restroom renovations at Southwood, about $1.3 million. You had some HVAC work done for about $700,000 and half $500,000 worth in pavement. You also purchased equipment and machinery for about $4.6 million. Most of that was camera systems of about $2.1 million in the schools, and then culinary equipment, as I mentioned earlier, for about $1.2 million. The Capital Projects Fund at June 30th had a fund balance of $116 million, and you'll see that basically is consisted of funds, unspent funds from local option sales tax, almost $51 million that's accumulated in that fund from the local option sales tax, and then about $65 million from general fund transfers into that fund. So the Capital Projects Fund has a very nice fund balance in it. You'll see this past year, local option sales tax generated about $12.6 million in revenue that flowed into the Capital Projects Fund. So the local option sales tax continues to benefit the district very nicely. You also had transfers in this year, as I mentioned previously, to the general fund of about $16 million that transferred into the Capital Projects Fund. And the Capital Projects Fund also transferred out about $4.5 million to the Debt Service Fund to make payments on some bonds that were issued a few years ago related to the local option sales tax. Construction commitments at June 30th were about $2.6 million, so that leaves a nice balance in the fund, uncommitted amount for the capital projects fund. Looking at long-term obligations, you'll see long-term obligations were about $157 million at June 30th. That's a decrease of about $10.6 million. You'll see principal payments were almost about $10 million this past year. You also had a little bit more than $1 million worth of amortization on the bond premiums. And you'll see the debt service fund at year end had about $6.1 million in it at June 30th. So debt service fund also received local option sales tax of almost $3 million this year. So as y'all probably know, that provides property tax relief to the citizens of the district to the tune of about $3 million. So they benefit from that as well. So the other thing that we did this year, if you look at the financial statements, you'll see there was a restatement related to the implementation of GASB 101 related to compensated absences. Basically, that GASB became effective this year and basically forced all governments to start recording an accrual for their sick leave. So we did that, and so we restated the government-wide. It didn't affect the government fund financial statements. It's only on the government-wide financial statements. Those were restated to increase compensated absences and decrease net position by about $3.9 million. So in total, the compensated absences liability was about $5.4 million. So the sick leave portion of that's about $3.9 million. The rest of that's, the board vacation accrual that you had previously.
Well, quick, couple questions.
Yep.
The total long-term obligations outstanding, $157.4 million. Is that figure pulled from the Department of Revenue's website, or that's according to our own accounting?
It's in our own records.
Okay.
You'll see there's a note in the back that details the long-term obligations, that breaks it out by bond issuance, and then it would also include compensated absences. That's considered long-term obligation as well.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you have any questions on that, if you look at that note and have any questions, please let me know. Glad to answer any questions you may have. And that kind of concludes an overview of the funds. Looking at the statement of net position, which is kind of balance sheet for the district, you'll see the big thing there, cash and cash equivalents, were about $183 million at year end. And then the other big asset item is the capital assets. Capital assets are about $243 million. Looking at liabilities, you'll see accounts payable and accrued expenses and unearned revenue were about $26.7 million. Your long-term obligations were $157 million. Like I mentioned, that's primarily debt. And then you've got your net pension accounts and OPEB accounts of, in total, roughly $275 million as a liability. And that's basically your allocation of the state's unfunded pension plan liability. So, as we've discussed before, the state is running huge deficits in both their pension and their OPEB accounts. And so GASB says that every government that participates in these plans should recognize on their government-wide statement, stating in that position, a portion of that liability. So it's not technically a liability that y'all have to pay, that they'll ever come to you and say, this is your portion, you have to pay it. Where it does get reflected is every time you make your employer contributions and the employee contributions as well, they're fairly high. So, in an effort to reduce that deficit. Fortunately, this year, I think the net pension liability decreased this year, so that was good.
That was my question, has
Yeah,
it
so
gone
we're
down
seeing
any?
some improvement there, but unfortunately, the OPEB liability, which is mainly retiree medical, that went the other way. So overall, it probably didn't, well, I know it didn't decrease at all, I don't think, depending on how many mix is, but overall, generally, they didn't. So basically, in the statement net position, that leaves a total net position of $3.7 million. So We also do a single audit and look at your compliance with your federal grants. This year we looked at the ESSER, which was the last year for the ESSER funds, and then Title I. And neither one of those had any findings, no significant deficiencies, no material weaknesses. So everything looked good from a compliance standpoint. Just overall, your internal controls, there were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses noted there, so everything looked good there. The management letter details some of the required communications to the board. You'll see it's fairly similar to, or it is very similar to last year's management letter, so there's really nothing that I'd call your attention there on that to discuss, but just be aware that you've got that. Please read it. If you do have any questions, please let me know on that. So, just in summary, you got an unmodified opinion. The audit went very well this year. Amy and Dana both do an excellent job, and their staff, they do a great job providing us. We ask for a lot of information, ask a lot of questions, as they can attest to. They do a great job in being responsive to us and getting everything done before the December 1st deadline. So we usually get done well in advance of that, so get down to everyone's review. So I think the district's in great financial condition as of June 30th. As evidence of how well the financial reporting is, the GFOA and ASBO both gave awards for excellence in financial reporting to the district. Again this year, I think y'all are coming up on 24 years or so. Y'all have done a great job in regards to financial reporting.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt you because I know you're going to, but I do want to take this time to thank Dana McClung. Dana has worked hours on end to ensure that this audit has gone well, and not just responding to you, but all year long. All year long working to ensure. So Dana, thank you. I want to thank Amy Hurd. Amy Hurd is joining us by phone so she can hear me, but Amy does a tremendous job as well. Kim Morgan with our Title I does a phenomenal job, and Scott Orr with our procurement. So our district is in great shape because we have the employees that we have that are always so diligently working to help teachers and students and our staff with whatever needs they have. So I do appreciate each of you for what you do.
Yeah, what's the worst case?
Yes, ma'am.
One quick comment. Mr. Thompson asked about the long-term obligations, and I just wanted to give him some information that he can take note. In the big financial audit book, the information starts on page 49 and goes through page 52 that will detail out all the long-term obligations for Anderson 5. That will match the numbers that Mr. Meadows was sharing tonight.
Thank you.
What's the worst case scenario of this pension fund to the school district? Are they ever gonna call that marker in, I guess is what I'm asking. I mean, I get a little frustrated. I don't wanna pay more tax than anybody else, but we keep cutting it, but we're not addressing and I know it's nothing you can fix, but I just.
Yeah, I don't know what the worst case scenario is. Kind of a pay as you go. So at some point, it just requires more expenditures from the state. The state will either have to raise taxes, cut funding elsewhere, or change the pension itself, the benefits that people receive.
Okay.
So, kind of like Social Security.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what it makes me feel like. It just keeps being pushed down and.
Yeah, no one wants to deal with either
No,
one.
they wanna keep cutting and spending, but they don't wanna fix the problem.
Yeah, so, hopefully we're a few years away from that. Hopefully as I mentioned, it did start coming down, so the market performed well this past year, so hopefully we'll continue to see it start to come down, so hopefully we turn the corner, but time will tell. So.
Hope y'all two keep getting your checks.
Keep holding my breath. I do have a question. It's really more toward Amy. You listed student activities account had $1.6 million. I was a little surprised at that. That's about $76,000 per school. But at one time we used to get a report on those. Are we still getting those? Is that in Amy's financials?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mr. Duke, this should be, I think we call it pupil activity report.
Right.
And it should be broken out by school. It's one of the attachments that that you received from Ms. Wright when she sends the board packet.
Gotcha.
All right, no further questions, we'll move on into the procurement audit. You know, the other thing we do is also we do a procurement audit in addition to the financial statement audit, where we look at your procurements occurring for the past year. And they're basically the state fiscal accountability authority down in Columbia basically sends out a list of procedures that they want the auditors to perform. So we go in and perform these procedures, and this just kind of outlines kind of the procedures, what we reviewed. So you'll see we look at a sampling of procurement transactions. We looked at 47 supplies and services, information and technology and consultant procurements this year. And you'll see that broke down at about 2 being greater than $500,000, 4 procurements, $100,000 to $500,000, 21 procurements, $25,000 to $100,000, and then 20 procurements from $10,000 to $25,000. We also reviewed 3 major construction procurements and 2 architectural and engineering procurements. So all this is dictated by the state as to what we should look at. So just to kind of give you a flavor, I've listed those there. We also review a sample of 25 procurement card transactions, P card transactions. We look at purchasing activity for 2 months, looking for favoritism or splitting. So if someone's splitting purchases to get around, you know, where they have to bid it out or you get approval or something like that, we look at that. And then we look at all sole source and emergency procurement transactions to make sure that those are appropriate. And we looked at about 88 sole source transactions this past year and about 10 emergency transactions. We also look at your procurement ratifications, anything that gets called a procurement that's made that didn't abide by your procurement code has to go through a ratification process. There are none of those in 2025. So overall, it looks like y'all are doing a pretty good job procuring items. We also look at your minority business utilization plan and the reports that were given out. And as you'll see here, they actually resulted in one finding for us, that the board did not approve the minority business enterprise plan. That's one of those where the board approved the plan several years ago. I don't know how many years ago, just a few years ago. It's also kind of written into the code, the procurement code, which is approved by the state. So, you know, you have to present it to them, but there's really nothing, and they approve it, but there's really nothing that you can change to it because the state kind of says this is what it has to be. So anyway, they tasked us, did the board approve it? And we're like, we look at the minutes, they were notified of it, but you didn't actually approve it. So that's one finding we had. We also had a P card that was used to purchase fuel. It was used to purchase fuel for, I think, the homeless van, if I recall correctly. And that's, according to the P card rules and regulations that the district's adopted, that's not allowed. So I think Scott and Wes may be revising those rules slightly to allow purchase for the homeless van. But since it was not in there, that was recognized as a finding this year in the procurement audit. So overall, those are the only 2 things that we had, the only 2 findings we had. The final report was provided down to Columbia, to the state. I really didn't get any feedback from that. So overall, I think your procurement operations are in good shape based on what we've done there. We also did a physical inventory of the warehouse. We did about 50 test counts. No exceptions on that, so I'll do a lot of volume. I've got about $238,000 worth of goods down there, so not have any errors in the test count. Yeah, that's good. So y'all done that several years, and when y'all do have errors, it's like very, very inconsequential. It's like 1 or 2 items, and sometimes it's actually above what you had in inventory. So overall, I think Scott and Wes and the procurement staff do a great job, the warehouse staff as well. So that's basically it for me.
One final question.
All right.
Last year, you made I think as part of a broader recommendation your firm makes to entities, I guess school boards, about pupil activity
Yes.
accounts. Does that recommendation stand?
That would still stand, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Dana, and them go out and visit every school and look at their pupil thing. I think they provide, training to the bookkeeping. But since that is probably not dollar-wise, but as far as something happening, just because of the lack of segregation of duties, we always recommend that, that y'all be aware of that. So, and I think that's probably, that may be mentioned in the management letter. I can't recall if that is or not, but.
Thank you.
So.
Can we get a copy of this PowerPoint? We have,
Yeah, Amy has a copy of it. I'm sure she'd be willing to.
Email
send
that
it
to
on
us if you don't mind.
Yeah, so.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
To email the PowerPoint that was presented tonight.
Yes, Mr.
Oh,
Dukes would,
absolutely, I can do that.
all right?
Well, thank you, Mr. Meadows. We appreciate you and
All
what
right.
you've done for our district. And members, do you have any questions?
Appreciate y'all looking after our finances. I
All right,
really
well,
do.
thank you. And as always, we work for the board, so we're always mindful of that. So if y'all ever have any questions, any concerns, please give me a call, give the manager on the job a call. Whoever it is, we'll be glad to look into it. We always come back in the spring for interim work, and then we'll back in the summer, early fall for final field work. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you for coming.
All right, so we have Ms. Hurd. She is joining us. She has been asked to participate in the Southeastern Association of School Business Leadership Summit. And there's only 3 chief financial officers for the entire state that are asked to represent the state. And so I'm very proud to say that Anderson School District 5 is being represented very well by Amy Hurd. But if you know Amy Hurd's work ethic, she was not going to miss this meeting, so she is working from afar. So Ms. Hurd, I'm going to turn it over to you to discuss the monthly financial reports.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry that I am not there with you in person, but taking notes here, and we'll get you any information you request. And wanted to go over the financial information. I believe Craig is pulling up the financial statements. Yes. Okay, so this is the comparison of December 31st, 2024 as compared to December 31st, 2025 that we just finished. And as we talk about every single month, it seems like from about November through the end of January, into February, property taxes, as Ken mentioned, is one of our major sources of revenue. And we are starting to see some of that revenue. A lot of it comes in by the end of December because folks want to be able to claim that on their tax return. So if you are looking at the property tax line, you can see that our revenues were almost $900,000, a little over $900,000 more this year than last year. And then if you're looking at the year-to-date in the next column over, we're about $400,000 more. It's really hard to compare how we're doing in property tax revenue now compared to year-to-date compared to other years, because it really is a timing issue on when folks want to pay their tax bill. Also, some mortgage companies pay at different times. So some of those are actually not paid until the end of January, 1st of February. So to get a clear picture on where we stand for property taxes, we really need to look at that at the February board meeting. So we're trending in the right direction. We have a little more money, as you all know, as a board, but for those in the audience, there was no tax increase, so any additional funding we would get from a property tax line item would be due to the assessment growth in Anderson 5. We always have the concern of businesses leaving Anderson 5 or being pulled off of the tax rolls. That can impact. I know Mr. Price and we all talk about sometimes the enterprise funds. If you remember, the enterprise car rental came in a few years ago, gave us a nice boost in our property tax revenue. That is something that is up in the air year to year to see where they are going to locate their headquarters. Hopefully that will continue to be in Anderson 5, but that is something we don't know until close to the end of the year. So just wanted you to know about property tax revenue. As Mr. Meadows mentioned, our investment income that we talk about every month. We do budget conservatively on that, but our collections obviously are down a little from last year, but the investment rate is down. So it's down by 0.65%, and so our interest is down about $40,000 for the month. Our state revenues have increased. Our transfers from state grants and funds, as you can see there for the month, are down a little bit. That is anticipated because this time last year, we were still getting indirect costs from the ESSER fund. So that should be, so the amount we're getting is what we had projected to get. We knew there would be a decrease there. So really, we're still in very good financial shape. If you look at it, you will see that we have a negative fund balance at this time. That is not unexpected. We still have a very strong fund balance, and we feel good about where we are. Right now, again, property taxes are continuing to come in, and we feel that we'll end the year very strongly right now. No word of state budget cuts, and we're watching our expenses. And so any questions on the financial side of things?
No.
Okay, we'll move over to sales tax. So our collections for October that we received in December was $1.355 million. And again, as Mr. Meadows was talking about, the property tax relief of that for this particular month is $271,111. And then a little over $1 million goes into our capital projects fund for us to be able to use for our capital projects. That is $42,000 more than the previous month, and then $40,000 more than the same time last year. So again, our sales tax is trending very strongly. Again, just as Mr. Meadows says, as you can see down there on your screen at the bottom, just for fiscal year 25-26, our property tax relief for the year so far is a little over $1 million, $1,068,000. That is that's the 20% of the 1 cent that we receive that goes to lower our debt millage. So if we did not receive this money from the sales tax, that is money that we would have to ask for from our taxpayers. Because as Mr. Thompson asked the question about long-term debt, some of that debt is related to sales tax, some of that debt is related to the referendum of 2007. And either way, the sales tax debt will be paid off when the sales tax collection stops. However, an additional 20% is being used to offset and decrease what our taxpayers are having to pay for that 2007 bond debt referendum. So I just always want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. And then the last thing I have, Craig, is the highlight, the budget highlight. Just wanted to give you a quick highlight for where we are in the budget process for Anderson 5. We have met with all of our principals last week, had great meetings with them, very good conversation on safety and instructional items that they need for the rest of this year or for next fiscal year for the budget. And just wanted to let you all know that beginning next week, we will start with our budget projections. I know that the sheet that you have says for teachers, that's not really teacher-pupil ratio. What I meant when I was typing that is more we will start our budget projections for what potential raises we will provide for our teachers. So we'll do an initial calculation, and then as we gather more information from the state, we will continue to build on that. We will also start our projections on what we're hearing from if there's any employer health insurance or any employer retirement increase. We'll start projecting what those will be beginning next week. From the budget highlights from the state of South Carolina, if you are interested, the governor and the state superintendent have both presented their budgets to the legislators. The state superintendent's budget is divided into 3 categories. You can see that there: student success, teacher support, and state schools. The legislators are beginning with a $2.4 billion general fund and a $1.8 billion EIA fund. And the Board of Economic Advisors they'll begin to start meeting probably monthly every 2 months and update those projections for the legislators. And as additional money comes in, they'll change those as they're in the budget process as to how much money they can spend. Most of the time, when they update the numbers, it's non-reoccurring dollars at this point in the budget process that they're getting, so that they typically use that for capital, or they just know during the budget process that the money may not be there in future years to continue that. And if you see reports in the board, in your, notes from the board, your conference, School Boards Association, that's what I'm trying to say. You'll see most of the time their paperwork says recurring and non-recurring, so you'll know which pot of money it's coming from. Recurring, obviously, is property taxes, state income taxes that the state gets. Non-reoccurring would be the one-time money that the Board of Economic Advisors thinks they've got in excess for a one-time use. And then just a reminder, we will not have information on the budget for a while. The House Ways and Means are going to have their budget deliberations February 12th through the 19th, and the full House is not going to start their deliberations until March 10th through the 12th. They are the first body to look at the budget, and then they send it over to the Senate. So Senate probably will be late April before they have their full deliberation. So it probably is going to be late April, 1st of May before we have pretty good numbers of what's coming out of both of them. However, you guys know we'll provide you with information from what we're hearing at the state level throughout the entire budget process. But I just wanted you to know kind of what we're looking at and what we're hearing from the state level right now. And then one thing that we talk about a good bit is the boat deal, what's going to happen with the boat property taxes across the state. And as of today, there is still no update on that. The last I heard is that Senate is going to take it up this year. So I'll keep you updated as I hear information on that. We shared last year that's about a $700,000 loss for our budget if it passes all at one time. The last thing I did hear is it would probably be phased in over a 3-year process. So that would help us bring it into the budget not quite as hefty at one time. And then just make you aware, I believe this is done each year, but the state is, Senate Bill 769 is asking for a continuing resolution in case the state does not have approved Appropriations Act, which is the state budget, as of 7/1. So that's really where we are from a budget standpoint as of today. We will continue to keep you updated with any information we're hearing. We're just beginning to get in the midst of the 26-27 budget, and we know we'll have meetings and bring a budget to you guys, and lots of conversation in regards to that over the next couple months. Any questions for me that I can help you with?
Ms. Hurt, this is Tripp. Last year, sorry, you asked us, or you solicited the board for ideas from them to put in the budget. Are you going to do that again this year? And I think the deadline was the end of January, so if we could have a little bit more time.
Yes, sir. I have a Google sheet ready for Dr. Kelly, and we will present that. Again, you will definitely have more time because since the state's not really going to, not the state, but the House is not going to deliberate the budgets until the 1st of March. We'll have probably the whole month of February to gather your information.
Thank you very much.
But I would say, if you know there are things that you really want, the sooner we know them, the more we can research and gather the information to begin to give you good, accurate information. As soon as we get it, we can start working on it.
Yes, if you have items that you want to be considered in the budget, if you want to email me those, then we can go ahead and get started making a list of that. Okay, just email them to me, yes. Any other questions for Ms. Hurd? Well, Ms. Hurd, we appreciate you. We miss you, but we appreciate that you are here via telephone tonight.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, we have Kelly Elrod. She's going to come tonight. She's going to provide a quick overview of our kindergarten through 8th grade students' academic achievement and growth as measured by the Winter iReady Diagnostic administered in December.
You gave me
3 minutes.
3 minutes. I did.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kelly. I just want to quickly go over, our fall to winter iReady data. You got a brief glimpse of that with Centerville's presentation tonight, but I want to share it from the district point of view and looking at, the information that you will see if you were to look at all of our schools who took iReady. First of all, our reading overall placement, you can see here our tier instruction. It is broken down into 3 areas. Those students who were at grade level, 1 grade level below, or 2 or more grade levels is represented in the red. If you will look at the most recent, you see, and it's very hard to tell on this one, but there is less in the red from on the left than there is on the right. Okay, and there is more green, which is what we want to see. We have more students showing on grade level progress. It's much easier to see in this next chart here. This breaks it down into 5 areas for us. So you will see the darkest red area over there, and this is really backwards to me. Normally we see it left to right and not right to left in that format. But you will see that we decreased those students that were in at-risk tier 3 in the red by 11% in our reading overall. In tier 2, we decreased that by 7%, and we increased the green, which is either 1 to 2 grade levels, or on grade level, or 1 to 2 grade levels above, by 18% in reading. So we thought for half a year that was great measures for our first administration, and are very excited to see what's coming in the spring. Let's look at math for just a moment. So if we look at the math placement here, you can see once again the overall. On this information, the at-risk students, and I'm going to move to the next piece of information there so you can see it broken down a little bit better. But our at-risk students in tier 3, we decreased that by 13% in math for half the year. We decreased the tier 2% by 4%, or the tier 2 by 4%. And then tier 1, we went from 19% to 36% in math, increasing that by 17%. So we feel really good about the progress that our schools have made, what our students are doing, and how we are moving across and getting a lot of information, as Centerville mentioned earlier, from our iReady reports. Any questions?
This is grade 3 through 8?
This is grade K through 8.
K through 8.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. And we do have some self-contained classes in here. They use this information, and I've asked for iReady to take those students out of, because they're high school students and they're not necessarily measured, but it gives them a tool to work towards some grade level standards, because they're usually 2 or more grade levels behind in our self-contained classes at the high school level.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we introduce new strategies or curriculum or something in our math?
So iReady Math is new for us this year. It's a new curriculum, it's a new textbook. That is not the iReady diagnostic. We have to be sure to say that differently. But we have new math standards this year.
It certainly looks like they're doing great.
Yes, sir, and it is a very different philosophy. So we're working, and we've had training come along. Even the day we came back from winter break, our schools were in training for math that day with our consultants.
That's great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
But the area in green, that's the proficient, is that, or meets requirements?
In math or reading, I'm sorry.
The math on that's on the board there, the 37%, is that proficient?
So they're either early on grade level standard, or they're mid or above grade level standard.
37%.
37% of the students that tested mid-year.
So y'all had to add training because of the iReady and other things. Quick question, and you might not have the answer. I know the teachers are also doing letters at the same time.
Yes, sir.
So
That's
finding,
not in every school.
Yeah, right. Finding time for you guys to do that training. Can letters be done in the summer at all? Do they allow that?
They have not pushed that into the summer from the state with our training. Now, their model moving forward is to do a train-the-trainer model. So we will have our own folks in-house that will be able to guide our remaining trainings. And we're going to expand that a little bit into 4th and 5th grade next year. And we're also gonna look at our interventionists at our middle school level.
Yeah, I'm just finding the time.
It's a lot, yes, sir, and I warned the principals this year, and I asked for forgiveness moving back into this position new, because I said, we have new standards, we have a new diagnostic, new textbook adoption. They've had to give a little bit to let us have the time and opportunity.
And let me be clear, I would never want to mandate in the summer, but
Right.
you know how the videos go, the training videos that we have to do, all those sorts of things.
The
that
safe
we have to
schools.
Safe schools. A lot of people like to get head starts.
Absolutely.
It's to free up time in the school year. So we just need to find ways to try to take some things
We're
off the
looking at that,
teacher's
and
plate.
we're looking at front-loading some things in March. My philosophy is, new learning in March for the end of the year is very difficult, so we want to do some things with our PD Day coming up in March that will front-load and let the teachers have opportunity this summer to kind of embrace some of the new training and get ready for the new school year.
I mean, letting them know in advance at the end of the year that for something coming up.
Everyone's gonna get an
that's-
email in May about what's coming.
Okay.
One last question. I had a parent complain about what the state did in changing the math standard, and they've had some struggles with that. Is that something we're seeing broadly at all, the district? Or, I mean,
I
our
haven't
teachers?
seen that, or I
Okay.
had a phone call from
Thank
any
you.
parent.
Thank you.
I had a phone call last week, but it was not regarding math.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elroy.
Thank you, Ms. Elroy. All right, so the last part of the superintendent's report is policy KB, parent and family engagement in education. This policy establishes the board's commitment to meaningful parent and family engagement as a shared responsibility essential to improving student achievement. The board believes student success is strengthened when families, schools, and the community work collaboratively to support learning. This policy is being reviewed because Every Student Succeeds Act, Section 1116A, requires local education agencies receiving Title I, Part A funds to jointly develop, distribute, and annually review a written parent and family engagement policy to ensure compliance, effectiveness, and responsiveness to stakeholders' needs. So the key elements of this policy include the following. There's the district vision and commitment listed there, board responsibilities, superintendent's responsibilities, federal program compliance with the district places special emphasis on parent and family engagement in Title I, migrant education and multilingual learner programs, also Title I and the migrant education and multilingual provisions where parents are informed of their rights, involved in program planning and evaluation, and supported regardless of language, disability, housing status, or migratory status. And then finally, the South Carolina Education and Economic Development Act, which is, we know as EEDA. And this allows us, beginning in 6th grade, schools must hold annual parent-student counseling conferences focused on career interests, clusters of study, and individualized graduation plans with mediation options available if requested. So again, this policy is just being reviewed so that we are in compliance with what is required of us from ESSA Section 116A. So there's no revisions, there's no adjustments. We just have to annually review this policy as a board. Okay? All right. All right, Ms. Leverett, we will move.
Madam Chair, can I make a motion, we take a quick recess since we started at 6?
Yes.
Before getting all this other.
Yes, we got a lot to get into.
I'll make a motion, we take a quick recess before we start with action items.
Second.
We moved to second that we take this break.
All in favor?
All in favor?
All in favor? I was in favor.
Stand up. Gosh. I need one of those buttons that mutes.
get
session.
these stones, and then they go for gallbladder.
Number 9, action item is, board meeting minutes of November the 18th, 2025. Do I have a motion to approve the November 18th board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am, I do, Madam Chair, I do have a couple of additions. I've talked to the superintendent and Ms. Tiffany about it. The first one is under the superintendent evaluation instrument. That's on page 4 of the minutes. And it's basically the last sentence. It says the board discussed alignment with the superintendent's contract, evaluation timing, and future refinement of the instrument. I'd like to continue that sentence to say to be done in May, June, or July of 2026. We had talked about that. We didn't vote on it, but we agreed to it and had consensus. The superintendent was in approval. However, her contract says the summer, but officially the summer starts June 21st. So we could do it in June, possibly in May, but we got 3 months to get it done. So just want to make sure we don't miss that deadline, and if we'd make sure we get that on the agenda for one of those 3 months. So that would be the first one. The second one is just a little underneath there, the State Department Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force. The first paragraph, Dr. Kelly talked about the teacher working conditions survey. There's details there. Then the second paragraph, I made some comments and also shared some data. And then my motion, Mr. Dukes made a motion, seconded by Mr. Hagewood, and all of that is correct. It's to the word. But the last paragraph, board members discussed the information presented and procedural considerations related to the agenda requirements, period. No formal action was taken. My change is to strike that because my motion was ruled out of order. So instead of that sentence, no formal action was taken, strike that and add the sentence, after a lengthy discussion, Mr. Duke's motion was ruled out of order, period. No justification from Robert's Rules of Order or otherwise to support the ruling was given. And I'd like that to be amended and added to the minutes.
Okay, I understand your last one, but the first one that you said something about, we come back up again with this, when does summer start, when does winter start? So go back over that with me again.
The superintendent's contract says that we will go over her evaluation instrument and approve that during the summer. And I don't want to split hairs, but instead of saying the summer, just say May, June, and July. It gives us, the summer starts officially on June the 21st, which would give us really July and August. I don't recommend us doing that work in August because of the start of school. So if we could just say to be done in May, June, or July, it gives us 3-month option of 2026 to get that done.
Well,
I'm sorry.
well, could we just put that on the agenda for next
Month.
month, just to say that we will do that in May, instead of changing this in the minutes?
Well, we discussed it last month, and that was an agreement that I thought we had. We didn't vote on it, but that was, Dr. Kelly, do you recall our conversation that we had
Yes,
about
that
that?
we
And
would
to make
do it.
sure we didn't miss it, to
That's
make sure it
correct,
gets
so that
on the
it was
agenda.
completed before the school year began.
That's correct.
Yes.
So we could use August, we just,
You could.
Tripp just don't want to. Is that-
I don't recommend it. You
Too
can
much
add
going on,
August.
too much going on.
It's a
My
lot going.
contract says summer. That's what my contract
Right.
says.
Okay.
So we're gonna do May and June, or either we probably gonna need to do May and June.
May, June, or July.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not saying all
probably
three, one of the,
Yeah.
we could have a work
Or we
session to
skip
do
June
whatever.
like we typically skip.
Yeah.
We hadn't been lately
That's
since
right.
we backed up to starting time.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
July is, we start, teachers report at the end of July now.
That's correct.
I'm in agreement with Tripp's addition, especially the last paragraph.
Okay, with the last paragraph that you saying that you and agree with, let's use a month or 2 months. Instead of just saying an agreement with that, just say May and June.
May is probably about a month, isn't
May would be a
Could
good
start
one.
getting people on
June, we're gonna have,
vacation.
we got the budget and all that.
Yeah.
So May, just to put down May, that we'll discuss getting something up that we all agree with the superintendent's evaluation. And we'll have to do that sometime in May. And then we may have to do it at a meeting, or we may have to do it at have a call meeting or something to get it done. So we'll make sure that we have what we need for her instrument about her job and what she does. So I'd rather have that to put out that we will discuss that in May.
I'll concur with that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We've had the discussion. You had something to say?
That is just a change in the minutes,
Yes.
not a change in the actions.
So, Madam Chair, is there a motion to amend the minutes? Is that what you did, Mr. Dukes, and Ms. Burris seconding that?
Yes,
don't think-
I second it.
Well, I don't think I need to make a motion while we're,
Okay.
Yeah, because I asked for discussion and you gave me your discussion.
but to be safe, I'll make a motion to amend the minutes as I read.
Seconding.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend the minutes that would include what Mr. Dukes recommended, and also add that under recess, right before we went into executive session, it said Mr. Haywood made a motion, the board recessed and reconvened the executive session, and Ms. Burris seconded the motion, which carried unanimously. I believe Mr. K had to step out, so if we could just note that Mr. K wasn't present for that vote.
We have a motion on the table and a second. Your motion shouldn't take precedent over that one if it's a separate item.
It is a
So I would suggest that we vote on his and then we vote on
Okay.
yours.
That's fine.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second to change
First, we had a motion and a second to approve them as presented.
as presented, and then we had a
And then
discussion.
had discussion, yeah.
Okay, so,
But a subsequent motion, my second motion would take priority over that.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
amendment should be up right now.
So I guess, let me ask this, to make sure we got this correct. Do we need to withdraw the motion to approve the minutes as presented?
yeah, we have to, because he had a discussion on them, and we're not gonna present them as printed, because we're gonna add this May to it. And then he has
Then
something
we'll
that's
approve
in
them
it.
as amended.
Approve them as
Mhm.
amended.
And then he has something that he wants to add to it.
So we need to withdraw our motion
Yes.
second to approve.
Well, we can deal with that one after we do this one. That'd be my recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend the minutes with, that Mr. Dukes did,
Correct.
adding May.
And also, under the superintendent's report, the State Department Teacher Recruitment Retention Task Force recommendation, there was an amendment to that last paragraph as well. I'll be happy to read it again if you'd like.
No, you don't have to read it again. I think I understood it, but I thought we was gonna do 1, 2, 3. Thought we was gonna do your 1, 2, and then 3.
Correct. Yep. So I've got two, so
Mhm.
that's on the table, so,
Mhm.
I think we can call for a vote.
Yeah. So now can I have a vote to amend the minutes on Mr. Duke's discussion of the May
Minutes.
not the May minutes, the May discussion of the superintendent's, what is the superintendent's word?
No, we're just amending the minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, you just amending the minutes
Yep.
now.
Just keep it general. Vote to accept the meeting, the minutes as amended.
Yeah, okay. Can I get a vote on to accept the minutes as being amended?
Mr. K. Gone.
Mr. K, did you hear us?
Yes. So,
Okay. Now, your second one,
No, ma'am,
that
the
goes
second
in there
was
with that
that was
second.
in there too, yes.
Okay, now the
So no.
third one is Mr. Thompson. You wanted to do
Just add,
that Mr. K wasn't here.
I think that Mr. K had to step out right before executive session, so I believe that he wasn't present for that vote. That's all.
He wasn't here.
He was here, he just had to step out.
He came vote late, but he
Oh.
was here.
Oh,
Yes,
he was
ma'am.
here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But he wasn't here for that vote.
He just
Yes,
had to step out.
He had to step out, but he was here for the majority of the meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But what does that have to do with him not being here for that vote? If he wasn't here to vote, that's fine.
You know, I think Mr. Thompson just saying he would like it notated that when we made, or you all made the motion for the board to go into executive session, Mr. K wasn't here to give a vote for that because he had to step out. He just wants that notated.
Okay. Did you hear this, okay. Now, do I need to do anything with that? We need to vote on that also.
You made a motion, somebody needs a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and second that we will correct the minutes as said. Could I get a vote?
See you again.
abstain.
You abstain.
I vote no.
1, 2.
An abstention and a no.
Okay, we're down to B. Policy revisions, okay? Lowercase a, policy JJE, student fundraiser activities, second reading. And then ARJJER, student fundraising activities.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. I am recommending the approval of the second reading of policy JJE, student fundraising activities. There were no recommended changes to the first reading of the policy. So the summary of that policy states that this policy establishes guidelines to regulate student fundraising activities while minimizing disruption to the instructional program. Fundraising efforts are to be limited, supervised, and aligned with the educational mission of the school. The key provisions include student protection, appropriate use of fundraising, approval and supervision, limits on sales and distribution, school day restrictions, and food sales. So overall, the policy ensures that fundraising activities are safe, appropriate, educationally beneficial, and carefully managed. And again, there were no revisions recommended from the first reading.
Okay, okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we approve the second reading of policy JJE and ARJJE and the rules, excuse me.
As a reminder, we're not approving the rule.
No.
Doesn't require.
But it is included in the recommendations.
I'll second.
Okay, it has been moved and second, that we will approve the second reading of JJE. I had the motion in a second, I get a vote?
Got a
Discussion.
one piece of discussion.
Discussion.
I appreciate all the work on this policy. As far as the rule, I guess once we don't vote on the rule, I just want to put a recommendation on the record that the last paragraph of the rule, no teacher or employee of the district will be required to participate in any fundraising activity. instead of will be required to participate, I'd like to put will be pressured or compelled or pressured as, so we would be treating the teachers' employees the same as the students. If that doesn't make sense, I can repeat it.
I guess just working with the school system and knowing that when we did fundraisers, it wasn't a pressure or anything on anybody to do it. So that's what I don't understand.
I'm glad that, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Go
let me
ahead.
interrupt. And I would agree. I don't think the pressure is to give the money. Sometimes the pressure is not fitting in. For example, if students are asked to pay $1 to wear a hat or $1 to wear socks, if they don't show up with that, there's peer pressure there. They're different. They stand out. Same with teachers. I mean, if they have to pay $5 for jeans on Friday, you know, some people don't wear jeans, but if you show up and you don't have jeans, there's that, it's almost a reverse scarlet letter type thing. You know, you don't have it on. So the pressure might not be to, you must give. I don't think that happens.
No.
I'm just concerned that it's the pressure of not looking like everybody else if it's something to wear or something to participate. The other thing is sometimes these fundraisers are tied to competitions. For example, I remember one where there was a Halloween and there was a pumpkin decorating contest. I walked into my bank, actually. They were having one of those, but you just dropped in a piece of paper. But at Halloween, it was the pumpkins were put out. The teachers, every class had to put one out. And then they were jars for parents to go through and vote on the best looking or whatever pumpkin. Well, you know, by the time a teacher invests the time, effort, money to get the pumpkin, paint the pumpkin, I mean, this is not just carving a pumpkin. This is decorating a pumpkin, you know, turning it into an. So the pressure is not necessarily monetary. It's not even monetary. With all they have to do, those kinds of things take time. They take effort. You got to go, Michael's, you got to go here, you got to go there. Trust me, it sound like I've done it? Yes, I've had to go get things. So, but anyway, yes, that's pressure is not always overt money.
We're doing a policy. It has to be measurable, okay? What do we consider pressure? Okay, I know you've got a couple of examples, but this is a policy that people are going to read and say, what is pressure? You know, does this constitute pressure? How about if he says, hey, we're having a fundraiser? Is that pressure?
That would be the, I'm sorry. You got the floor.
You know, to me, in a rule, this says, excuse me, in a policy, this says what we want it to say. If we want to start dictating what is pressure and what is coercion and all of those kind of things, we need to add that to the rule, not to the policy.
Was Mr. Thompson on the rule? Was yours at the bottom of the rule?
Yeah, I just wanted to get on the record. I just wanted to recommend that we do that. I know I can't ask that it be done. I just wanted it to best match what the expectations are on fundraising students, apply the same to employees and teachers.
So there's no vote that needs to be taken.
Right. But even if, like I've said one time before here tonight, that this is my 50th year of the school business. You've been a principal. I worked in the school. And if my children didn't have $1 to bring for that hat, I got 10 hats over here in a bag that I'm going to give that child to put on a hat. And anybody else's class that doesn't have a hat. So it was all, to me, was a fun. All of it was just fun. When I get up here tonight, then I hear all this other stuff about it. I didn't see the children seeing it like that. As long as they had a hat on, they don't care if Miss Leverett gave them the hat. Miss Leverett, well, we had a hat, but Miss Leverett gave me my hat. It wasn't like that. It was everybody in fun had the hat. And if you don't wear blue jeans, then you don't wear blue jeans, or you don't want to participate in that. You participate into what you want to and what is fun. So I don't.
You mentioned me being a principal, and I don't want to belabor this. When I came into this district two or three superintendents ago, time on task and bell-to-bell teaching was a big focus. Time on task, bell-to-bell teaching. In other words, protect the instructional time. We were given a specific number of fundraisers we could have. You could raise money taking pictures, you could raise money selling yearbooks, and the PTA could have something like that. That was it. That was it. And so I've watched this evolve over time. I don't think it's anybody's fault. I know at one time we were, the fundraising for like United Way was in our district. We were the fundraising, I think Mr. Wilson might have been the fundraising chair. You want to raise more money than anybody's ever raised. I get that. But then you got all these different methods to do that. So I think we just, Mr. Bradshaw, I'm not trying to dictate what is pressure, what is not. There's this philosophy of the district. And if we just have a bell-to-bell, time on task, you know, after you listen to Centerville, I was very impressed by, that's what I heard from them. That reading between the lines, they're teaching bell-to-bell, they're using data, they're protecting their instructional time. All that fun, you think about your children before Halloween, or before they go to the fair, all those, they get, the term, it jacks the kids up, okay, and that changes the entire culture of the school for that learning environment for that day or that hour, and we can't afford that much of it. I'm not saying do away with it, limit it, just be cognizant of it. So I think the policy's good because it's protecting that, but I make those examples just to communicate to the superintendent and to the principals who are here that philosophy.
And we have that philosophy.
Sure.
Our schools are working very hard every day to ensure that every minute we have a moment, every moment matters. So that's what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Very good.
Okay?
Because now help me, because JJE fundraising, all in red, you wanted what down here, Mr. Thompson?
We can't change that. That's not us to live.
Okay. Okay.
That's the rule.
Okay, that's the rule. We're not messing with the rule.
Don't mess with the rules.
Okay. So what did you want added to the policy?
No, ma'am, I was just making a recommendation on the rule and getting that on the record.
I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, you ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. JJE student fundraising, second reading. Do I have a motion
We
to?
already have a
Motion was
motion
just
on
made.
the table.
A
And a
motion.
second.
Motion and a
I
second.
made the motion.
Okay, you made the
Second,
motion.
we
Well,
should
so
vote,
much
yeah.
go on in
Yes,
between
ma'am.
until
Yes,
I
ma'am.
forget whatever
Yeah.
I've done. Raise your hand for approval of JJE student fundraiser activity. Unanimously. Mr. K?
Affirmative.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're down to, let me get that to my. Policy IKC class ranking, grade point average, second reading.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I am recommending the approval of the second reading of policy IKC, class rankings and grade point averages. We did add a revision from our discussion from the first reading. We added the word academically to further define the understanding of enrollment in Anderson School District 5. Additionally, we did create an administrative rule, IKCR, that has been added to outline the South Carolina Uniform Grading Scale used to calculate grade point averages and to provide an overview of procedures for course withdrawals. So when looking at the policy, the changes that we have recommended through the first and second reading says see also the policy for grade assessment system, IKA, and then the paragraph below says eligibility for the valedictorian and salutatorian requires that the student be academically enrolled in Anderson School District 5 for the final 4 continuous semesters, immediately preceding graduation, and be completing the 4th year of high school. The student should not have retaken any course in grades 9 through 12 for the purpose of raising their grade. Eligibility for being designated as junior marshal requires that the student be enrolled in the prior 3 continuous semesters in Anderson School District 5.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we approve policy IKC class ranking grade point averages on second reading.
Second.
I have a second. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Could I get approval? By raising of the hands. Mr. K? Thank you. Policy JFB, school choice.
We skipped
No.
one.
I skipped one.
Yes,
See.
Policy EBCB, safety plans, yeah, okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
safety plans.
Madam Chair, I recommend approval of the first reading of policy EBCB, safety plans and drills, language related to school security assessments and inspections, evacuation plans and drills, classroom and hallway safety, and construction and renovation has been removed from the policy. This content has been incorporated into a newly created administrative rule for policy EBCB. In addition, language has been added to clarify expectations for the district-wide crisis alert system in the administrative rule. So the policy with the changes would read as follows. The district is committed to providing a safe learning environment that supports academic achievement. School safety is a community issue that requires collaboration between the administration, emergency response agencies, parents, and the community. The district will collaborate with state and local law enforcement, fire, and emergency management agencies. The board directs the superintendent or his or her designee to implement plans and procedures in accordance with this policy.
The only thing I had to ask, and I wrote it down, I read it, what does that linear, the thing that you're wearing on the linear, what does that look like? What is it?
What
Looks
does
like
it
a
look
little
like?
ID
It looks
card
like a
almost.
lanyard, and it has a button on the back of it that when teachers need assistance, they can press.
So it's no camera?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
I always worry about revealing too much of our security procedures. This is open to anyone that could go and look and, learn exactly how to work things or where children might be at specific times. So I'm a little hesitant about the depth the rule goes into, but I will put my faith in Lieutenant Peeler that he has looked over this and feels comfortable with it. And if
Yes,
he's
sir.
comfortable with it, I think I can be comfortable.
Yes, sir, I can 100% say that Lieutenant Pillar has that same mindset, that is always looking, going above and beyond for the safety of our children. And so what is in the rule does not negate the safety of our kids. It just gives more explanation to our teachers of the expectations.
Okay. That's EBCB, safety plans and drill for that one that you read, but the ones that we're doing is EBCB, safety plans and drill, first reading. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve this one?
I make a motion to approve EBCB, safety plans and drills.
Second.
I have a second. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. Could I get a vote? Okay. Okay. Policy J, oh, you got it. Policy JFB, school choice, first reading.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I recommend approval of the first reading of policy JFB school choice. The following revisions are to provide more school choice for our families residing in Anderson School District 5. If you look at the policy at the beginning of the second paragraph, it reads, the board authorizes students to attend elementary and middle schools. We want to add the wording and high school outside of the designated area. Then if you look at the fifth bulleted item, it currently says space is available at the school of choice. Space availability means that class ratios in a grade level do not exceed district-approved student-teacher ratios. We want to add, if space is not available, students will be placed on a wait list and must reapply each year. Then if you look at the seventh bulleted item, we added this language and struck through some language. So I'm going to read what we added and then what we're recommending to take away. We added, parents are not required to fill out a renewal application for their non-resident student to remain enrolled in the school. After a non-resident student is enrolled in a school for a full school year, that student will matriculate through the district's traditional feeder pattern from elementary school to middle school and from middle school to high school. If a parent wishes their child to attend a different school for which they are not zoned within the district, the parent must fill out a new application and must follow the same inter-district transfer process in order to be enrolled in the new school. What we want to take out is that once a student is enrolled in a school of choice, this enrollment may continue until the student advances to the next school level. Example, if a student is enrolled as a choice student in first grade, the enrollment continues through fifth grade if desired. Enrollment in a middle school of choice is not guaranteed, and requests must follow the application process contained in the policy. So the revision for that piece, the child would just matriculate naturally from elementary to middle to high, and would not have to reapply in fifth grade and eighth grade. They would go with that feeder pattern. Now, the reason I'm bringing this to you is because South Carolina Act 11, Senate Bill 62, requires all public school districts to adopt a policy allowing students to attend school outside their home district beginning in the 2027-2028 school year. Currently, Anderson School District 5 families do not have district-wide school choice options. This revised policy would provide families residing in Anderson School District 5 with the same school choice opportunities afforded to families living outside Anderson School District 5 as supported by South Carolina Act 11.
But now they will get that child to the school. We don't have buses to pick that child up.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. So we do not provide transportation. Currently with cluster choice, we don't provide transportation, and it would be the same exact parameters for school choice.
Policy JFB, School of Choice. Do I have a motion to approve? Or we'll get to discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve policy JFB school choice as written. As
I got a second?
I'll second.
Your second, so now do we have, discussion?
I've got a question, Dr. Kelly.
Yes, sir.
If a child transfers, so if they transfer to an elementary school and they can follow through to middle and high,
That's correct.
do they get to pick which, case of Glenview versus McCants, how do they get to decide which middle school they go to?
It would be that school's next feeder pattern. So for
Are any,
example,
are any of those elementary schools split or they're not?
I think there are two, right? Yes, and so we said Calhoun would be McCants and Nevitt would be
Okay,
Glenview.
okay, okay.
Yes, because they're both split.
That was my question,
Yes,
how
sir.
you, okay.
Yes,
So that's our discussion.
The paragraph, the largest one you read, parents are not required to fill out a renewal application. As I remember, out-of-district tuition folks would get a yearly commitment form. Are we going to still do that?
Yes.
Because it's easy to lose sight of people
Yes,
that aren't
we
in
will
the
definitely
district.
do that.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think in doing this, we also need to look at what we're charging people to come into our district. I think those two work well together. It isn't something that we need to do tonight, but I would suggest putting it on next month's agenda so that we can have a more thorough discussion about charging people to come into the district when not every district, even in Anderson County, are charging. So,
And Dr. Kelly, it looks like on here you're keeping Southwood, it's going back to only auditioning.
That is correct. That is in the rule, and so we would strike that out, so Southwood would be magnet only. So children in middle school could choose between Robert Anderson, McCants, or Glenview. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
With space availability. Yes.
So we're back to giving kids at Robert Anderson no choice.
No, they can choose McCants or Glenview.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
everybody has equal choice under this
Yes.
plan.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Which allows Southwood to be a magnet. 'Cause
That's
they don't
correct.
get some-
Right, and people can audition.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Very good.
How close to capacity are Glenview and McCants?
So Mr. Galloway has pulled that for us. That was a great question, and he pulled that for us. So if you want to come up, Mr. Galloway, and answer that this past year. So we have the numbers of availability that this past year when the school started, so he can talk to that about Glenview and McCants.
Yes, sir.
Thank
So,
you, Mr. Galloway.
No problem. With the state regulation that allows us to have up to 90%, and so if today we were to look at our middle schools, Glenview would have Glenview would have 36 spots in sixth grade, 19.8 in seventh grade, and 45 in eighth grade.
45 in the 8th grade.
McCants would have no spots in sixth grade, 15 spots in seventh grade, and 11 spots in eighth grade. And then.
So really no choice. Back to Robert Anderson.
No, there's,
They're not with those
Well,
numbers.
for sixth grade.
not
no.
for sixth grade, but in Glenview sixth grade. How many did you have at Glenview for sixth grade?
I'm just saying there's very little room.
It's 36 in Glenview.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, Robert Anderson would have really 4. Like, it's 29, 29, but the lowest number is 4, so really 4 in sixth grade. And then 24 in seventh grade and 8th grade.
And that's what it was this past year. It will change next year because the numbers
Just
moving
depends on
up.
enrollment.
Yeah.
How does that work? Like if you've got more in sixth grade, I'm just pulling up 36 and only 15 in seventh grade, where do those extra students go then? Or you just make them
It's
fit?
different grades.
Say that one more time, I apologize.
Like if you fill those 36 spots
In sixth grade.
sixth grade, but there's only 15 in seventh grade when they move up the next year, or you.
No, so that is the policy and that is the law.
So once
They
they're there,
naturally
okay,
matriculate.
once
So
you're
then
there,
we
once
would
they're
add a
there, that's what,
teacher to-
in other words, you
yes.
don't say too many, you gotta go back. That's,
Correct, no,
okay,
sir.
that's what I'm
Yes,
asking.
sir. Once
Okay,
they're there,
thank you.
they matriculate until they choose not to or until they graduate.
Okay.
Or if they go to a feeder school, they would automatically go to the middle school
That's
that
correct.
coordinates with that.
That's correct.
So, you might, instead of waiting until you get at Robert Anderson, you might switch on your fifth grade or sixth grade, or fifth grade year
Mhm.
to be able to go into sixth grade.
And it will
even
be
with
like a
no
lottery
availability.
system, or?
We will have a lottery system, so just
Kinda like
like
we've
we
done
do
for
now.
Southwood, okay.
If there is more desire than space available, we'll have the lottery system here in the boardroom. Parents are welcome to come. It also will be presented live, and then we'll be able to choose folks for the lottery piece.
Okay, how about for siblings? That doesn't mean a siblings, that means just,
No, that
just the
doesn't-
one,
We've
so.
had that happen
Oh,
where
okay.
we would have it opening one grade level, but not the other. And some parents have chosen to do that. They'll
Okay.
take one child here and then take the other child to another school in hopes that next year it would come up.
Okay.
What teacher-pupil ratio number are we using at the middle school to determine our capacities?
It's 90% of 25, 1 to 25.
25 to 1?
Yeah.
When the superintendent called to go over this part, my concern is even if we maximize those, even at 90%, so at some point, the board may want to consider, do we need to lower teacher-pupil ratios? I mean, taking folks from outside and filling our classes up to 90% capacity in every one, it'd be a little stressful on everybody. So I think that might protect us if we did. I know it costs money, but.
The capacity is the building capacity, Mr. Galloway,
Capacity based on my teacher people.
by teacher ratio. Okay, so if you
Yes.
added more teachers, you'd have more space.
You would.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, is that all the discussion? Okay, so policy J, is that JFB?
Yes, ma'am.
JFB school choice.
One more, and this would take place just following,
Yes, sir.
It's
We
coming,
would
okay.
start immediately
Give-
soliciting applications
okay.
from parents. Yes,
Thank-
sir.
thank you,
So
Dr.
for the
Kelly.
26, 27 school year.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask
Sir.
one,
We have not voted on this yet. Yes, sir.
so if it's based on the teacher pupil ratio, but not on the school size, and are you gonna limit it based on the teachers there? Let's say we have space for more than, we have space, let's say we have an extra classroom where we could get another teacher, would we not get another teacher to?
That has not been the process we've used for cluster choice.
Okay.
That is something, if the board wants to do that, it's the pleasure of the board, but in cluster choice, we've used the allocations that we currently have at the school, knowing that those children that come in are going to matriculate to the next grade level, so we add a teacher to accommodate that.
Yeah.
So For the current cluster choice process, we have utilized the FTEs that are allocated at the school.
And I think that's smart. I think we need to keep it that way.
Yeah.
Because then we can regulate it
Right.
and not
Right.
be
And
reactive.
it will grow, but it'll grow slowly because we'll always adapt to the children being enrolled and moving to
I
the
agree.
next level.
I agree. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a motion and I have a second on JFB school choice. Can I get a vote? Okay. Yes. Policy E, IJNDAA, distance online virtual education.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair.
First
I-
reading.
Yes, ma'am. I am recommending approval of the first reading of policy IJNDAA, distance online virtual education. The proposed revisions would allow Anderson School District 5 to offer a hybrid program for students in grades 6 through 8 called A5 Connect. And Mr. Crittenden will put up the logo that we would utilize for this program if we were able to, if you all would vote to pass the recommendation for first reading on this. But the following revisions are as follows. If you look at the third paragraph, right now we say the district has partnered with virtual learning providers such as Cross Through Apex Learning because they were purchased by, I believe it was Edgenuity or Adventum. And so we would add the curriculums Virtual SC, Adventum, and Edgenuity. That is accredited, our policy says Advanced Ed, it is now called Cognia, so we're changing that to Cognia, and whose courses are approved for National Collegiate Athletic Association eligibility. Additionally, if you go down to section where it says grades 9 through 12, it says students in grades 9 through 12 may earn units of academic credit to be applied toward graduation requirements by completing technology delivered courses through agency universities approved by programs listed above or virtual SC. And then the last revision would be under evaluation, the section entitled evaluation, where it says the district will not use distance, online, or virtual education courses as the sole medium for instruction in any required subject area for students in grades K. Right now it says K through 8. But if we are able to offer this program called A5 Connect, the hybrid program, we would need to change that K through 5. So essentially, the revisions in this policy would allow us to offer a small hybrid program for students in 6th through 8th grade. And what they essentially would do, our teachers would be in charge of the program. It would not be, lots of times you'll hear the verbiage teacher of record. That is not the case. Our teachers would be in charge of the program. The curriculum comes from Virtual SC that is approved by the South Carolina Department of Education. Our teachers would meet with students on Monday, talk about their assignments, talk about their courseworks. The teachers that involved would be certified for middle level ELA, math, science, and social studies, so they're being taught by certified folks. They would do their Virtual SC coursework online for 4 days a week. 1 day a week, they will come into McCants Middle School and be taught face-to-face from those 4 teachers that have been working with them virtually, helping them master their assignments, answering questions, but then they'll be taught face-to-face to ensure, do you truly understand what standards are being taught? Additionally, in this hybrid program, we would be, the students would remain enrolled in their middle schools. So if they're a McCants student, they would receive all McCants communication. If they're Glenview students, they would receive all Glenview communication. If they're Robert Anderson students, they would receive all Robert Anderson communication. They would be invited to any of the after-school clubs. They would be invited to any of the dances. They compete in the athletic pieces. They can cheer. They can play lacrosse, whatever might be offered at their school. They're still a vital part of that. Additionally, if parents are able to provide transportation, they can take related arts there. So if they want to come to art on the days it's offered each week, they can take art with their friends. So it truly is a hybrid. It's not a virtual, it's a hybrid. So they're doing 4 days of virtual work with intense teaching from our teachers, checking in with them, speaking with them, and then 1 day of face-to-face interaction. So changing the policy to include these pieces would allow us to apply to the State Department for this program. That application is due by January 30th, and so we just wanted to see if the board was in support of us moving forward, offering that program to our middle school folks 6 through 8. In the event the state approves the application, we would start very small, 15 sixth graders, 15 seventh graders, and 15 eighth graders, to ensure that we are meeting the needs of the students and where they are.
And it kind of worries me that you said start. We will start with 15. We limit the number of students that go to our charter high school.
Right.
And that has never been a problem. Because I think the importance of this is going to be keeping it small, so that they're getting, at least on one day a week, getting individualized instruction. You know, you don't want them teachers coming into a class of 100.
No, no.
So,
If it were to grow, if this is something that the community is very interested in, and we have more interest than we can offer right now, we would hire additional FTEs if the board allowed it in future years, not next year.
so what's going to happen, boy, if that really catches on, and all of our middle schools are now going hybrid?
That is a choice. We have 880 families this year that have chosen to leave Anderson School District 5 to be taught in some type of online home virtual curriculum. So I'm not saying that might not happen. I'm not sure. But we would still have them come in one day a week so that we still be there. And they will take SC Ready and any of their iReady diagnostic, they'll come into the school to complete that as well.
Can we strictly measure the progress and accomplishments of these children?
Yes,
Let's
yes.
pull them out so that we can get a true picture of what education they're getting
Yes.
in this form. It's a new form, and I think we need to track it well.
Yes, sir.
I would also suggest setting it up as a trial program, X number of years. I don't know what would be right or wrong in that. I'll leave that up to y'all, but it is something that I think we should revisit, at least on a 3-year basis.
Oh, definitely.
Because of
Well,
you
we'll
know,
revisit
the
annually,
tracking.
because I understand and appreciate your passion to ensure students are learning.
Yes.
And so we will definitely, they'll be taking iReady just like our students that are traditional schools. And so we will be tracking to make sure that this type of delivery of instruction, they're growing.
Yes.
If they're not growing, then this might not be the type of instruction they need.
So, so any child can do this. I could just wake up one day, I could just say, next year, this is what I want to do.
You have to
If
do
we
it.
have this.
Yes, if it's an application, there will be an application, and you would have to apply, because there could be more interest than availability. And so that's what we would do. We would do it just like school choice. It would be through the lottery process if we have that. But yes, any child could apply as long as they're making growth once they're in the program.
And say it again now, what you said, did you say that 800 children had left?
Yes, we
School
have
district.
880 students that have withdrawn from that last year, and they live in Anderson School District 5 zone, that now are getting their educational pieces from homeschool.
Oh, so this is to stop to help with homeschool.
Well, it's to help our community for those folks who want flexibility and want a smaller environment for their students to learn in.
So are these children learning from 8 to 2:30?
They're completing their coursework, so they'll have their ELA, their math, their science, their social studies from virtual SC, and it's based on South Carolina state standards, so they're being taught the same things that the children that are in our traditional schools are being taught, but they're completing it at their pace, but they have assignments that are needing to be completed each week. Yes, ma'am, and then our teachers will be ensuring that they're understanding the assignments, they're completing assignments, so attendance is an issue here as well. If children aren't attending and completing assignments, then you can't remain in the program.
Will we be able to monitor how much time they spend online at the
On the virtual SC
on the virtual
course.
SC?
I'm not sure, Ms. Elrod, can we monitor the time they're in the virtual SC course?
I don't think necessarily a time like we do for like computer programs.
Sign up.
I'm sorry.
signing on?
Signing on, there's probably a component with that. We would be a franchise of virtual SC. So South Carolina actually, through the State Department, operates this, and they're providing that curriculum. Our teachers will be able to supplement. So if your student is struggling with a math concept that was taught that week online, when they come into next week, that math teacher would be responsible for remediation or catching that student up with what skill they might be deficit in. So there would be a catch there for being sure that students are maintaining their progress with their work.
How does that curriculum coordinate with iReady?
Very well. We're modeling this after Pickens County. They have done this for several years, and the State Department says they are a leader in this. In the upset, there's only 2 hybrid programs in the state, and one is in the lower part of the state, I believe, Aiken County, if I'm remembering correctly, and Pickens County. And we've met with the director in Pickens County and spoke with her at Lent, and if we got your permission to move forward with this, we want to take a visit there and actually see. Now, they do it a little bit different because they've been doing it for a while, and they actually go to the home school to offer the in-person. But they're spread out. If you look at Pickens County as a whole, you've got Dacusville and you've got R.C. Edwards on 2 different ends of the county. So teachers going to them is better than us being a central district like we are and having folks come to us from one location. So that's why we're starting small to kind of work out some of those kinks.
Because these are students of ours, they're gonna get a Chromebook, so that's their technology. What if the family wants to do this, but they don't have the internet? Are we gonna supply that?
They have to have that piece of it.
They have to have that
We'll
piece.
provide the Chromebook. We've had a lot of folks, and Mr. Roberts had one just recently, that their child has gotten into horseback riding, which means they travel a lot and do some things outside the school day. And parents are wanting that flexibility for their students. I had one several years ago that wanted to become a gymnast and compete in the Olympics. And this going to charter school at that time gave them some of that flexibility. But then I also had one that her dad was an airplane pilot, and they wanted her to travel. And they didn't have, so they withdrew her from our school. We lost that child as an enrollment, and she went homeschool to be able to do that. This would give some families opportunities that they're not able to do in public school.
Well, the philosophy of our charter school, I mean, it was started simply to kind of beat everybody else to the punch, because that's when the charter school movement was starting. So our students would stay in our district and we had control, so we're just trying to apply that to the middle school.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, it's kind of being a little bit ahead of the game
Trying to
and
be.
offering our constituents and our customers what they want and need.
Do you know what Pickens enrollment is in this course? Or is that something we can find out?
I can find out when you know. They offer options. Sometimes they have situations that are medical. One situation they told us about, or I believe y'all, maybe it was just me on the phone call with them, where a parent had to go for chemo outside of the state and had to go several states away and could not take the children if this had not been an option. So they only stayed in this program for a semester, but they were able to fill second semester that same seat with a different student because it was situational at the time. So there's different things that come up for families that I feel like we could support our families with this model.
You know, I've always said that I think our schools have always been trying to do what's best, good quality education, but we want to keep those kids in Anderson 5. We want to see them through their educational years, but only with good quality education. So I'm for this. I think, you know, it's certainly worth looking at and potentially passing.
well, the students and the parents have to commit to a certain amount of time. I know when we did COVID and we had the virtual, they had to at least commit to a semester, so you don't have them coming and going, you know, during the semester. Is there a commitment portion to that?
Yes, we would put that into play in everything with school choice, with discipline, or anything else like that. If they were mismanaging that Chromebook, that would be something we would have to take into consideration too, yes, sir.
So we need to change this policy in order to be able to apply for it?
Yes,
for
because
to the
currently our
state?
policy says we will not offer online education for K through 8.
Okay.
And so if we want to do this for 6 through 8, we need to change it for K-5. We also did not have virtual SC as an approved curriculum that we would utilize, so we have to add that too.
And in applying for it, do we mean like applying for permission, or is there some sort of funding coming our way for it?
There's no funding.
Okay.
We become a franchise
Yes.
of virtual SC. So we do pay per student for them to be a part of that program. And they have to apply to virtual SC too, to qualify for the program.
So those students are going to be on the virtual SC roll, so we're not going to get
And
the state.
we will get theirs. We just pay for the curriculum behind the scenes, so to
Okay.
speak. It's $100 a year.
Right.
So if you leave in mid-semester and I take your spot, it's not costing us any more money.
They will be enrolled at their resident school.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, so-
They'll be on our roster and those scores will go to that school.
Good.
Yes.
Last question. Do you anticipate, say, more policies being developed for this? We're calling it a hybrid school, and you say we're going to be a franchise. Are we changing this policy now to get the ball rolling? Do you anticipate us having to create, I mean, with this being a separate entity, I mean, do we anticipate more approvals or policy changes, you know, for funding purposes or
I
for?
don't think so at this time.
Okay.
Of course, we never know, but I really don't think. I think once we change this policy and submit our application to the state to see if they will approve us to allow us to do this, I think we'll be settled and ready to go.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Miss Elrod, is there a, like, do they see a teacher on the computer, like a Zoom or?
They can, yes, ma'am. There's some independent work, but they can also schedule time. They will have a weekly meeting that they will see that advisor face to face. So if that student is a Robert Anderson student, they will have that information about any activities going on at Robert Anderson that week. And that advisor, that teacher, will talk to them and they will have like a morning meeting type to kick off their week every week on Mondays, Tuesdays, whenever we decide to schedule.
But like for a daily teaching, they can
They
access?
can get in touch with that teacher. Now, they will be tied up with the instruction in the morning part, but in the afternoon, they can get help one-on-one with anything they would need help with.
Can I? I'm sorry.
Well, they're basically those self-starters. They're not like listening to a
That's what
lecture.
we'll be looking for, yes, ma'am.
Can we get a sample lesson from that curriculum that our students will, what they will be seeing as they sit down? I mean, if it's gonna be looking at slide after slide, 4 days a week with no, help until the end of the week, you know, we'll think about that one, but if it's a great program, it looks like something kids will enjoy and learn, I'd just like to see a sample lesson maybe.
Okay, after all the discussion, I've had a motion, I had the second, we had the discussion. Can I get a vote?
I don't believe
I
we've
don't think
Oh, we had no motion?
I don't think we've had a motion on it.
Oh, okay.
Just a presentation.
Just a presentation, yeah.
Don't wanna
Oh,
talk.
just the talking, oh, okay. Okay, do I have a motion to approve policy IJNDAA?
So approved.
Second.
Got a approval and a second to have, could I get a vote?
Any
Discussion.
Discussion.
I thought we just discussed.
Well, I do have a question about the FTEs. You want to
Sure.
explain that to the board, Ms. Kelly?
So the FTEs, we would utilize our current FTEs in the budget, so we would not be adding additional teachers to the budget. So we will take some folks in our school district, they will not be teaching traditional school and the hybrid program. They would be solely dedicated to the hybrid program. We're looking at minimum of 2, maximum of 4. We're looking to find folks who might be dual certified. So if you're middle school, ELA, and social studies, then you would help with that piece, because remember, we have 45 students. And then we're possibly looking for another person with dual certification in math or science or any of those combinations. If we can't find folks with dual certification, then we would hire someone certified in ELA, someone in math, someone in social studies, and someone in science. So we would utilize our current FTEs in the budget to support that.
And this will be a part of the budget. We're approving the policy, not the budgetary part.
That's
That'll be a
correct.
part, that's coming up.
That's correct.
Okay, very good.
Yes, sir.
Finish now? Okay. So, we had the motion, or we didn't have the motion?
We did.
We
And a
did
second.
have the
No
motion.
second.
We had the second. Now, can I get a vote?
All in favor?
All in favor?
Unanimous? That was unanimous.
Yeah, unanimous.
Thank you so much. We'll let you know. We will submit the application to the State Department, and then we'll let you know the feedback we get, okay? All right.
Okay, Centerville Greenville. Centerville Elementary School Improvement Plan, and we needed to get a motion and all to approve that plan.
I'll make a motion to approve the Centerville Elementary School Continuous Improvement Plan as presented.
Second.
So I had a motion and a second, and there's no discussion on it, I hope. Nice. Can I get a show of hands? What about, okay. It's unanimous. Where am I? High school stadium improvements.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, we are seeking board approval for a contract amendment with Thompson Turner Construction in the amount of $4,597,081. This investment is directed toward the comprehensive replacement of the playing field, the competition track, and the stadium's video display systems at Teohana High School and Westside High School. These core components of our athletic infrastructure have reached the end of their functional life cycles and require immediate replacement to ensure student safety and preserve the district's fiscal assets.
High school stadium. So that's for Westside and TL Hannah. Improvements. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we approve this, as presented.
Is there a second? Okay, I have a motion and there's a second. And, there are discussions.
As a point of information, when was this last done on each component? Do we know?
15.
When it was initially
15.
installed.
Field,
15.
15 years ago.
2015.
Ms. Thompson,
2015.
I'll kind of give you when they did the fields originally, we were told about a 10-year lifespan. Now, the original fields, and Rick, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, it was extensive to put a drainage system in and all that. So, I think you got return of ROI on it is long-term, you don't have to maintain the fields anymore, and it's basically like changing the carpet on the turf field, lack of a better term. So a lot of the expensive work was done originally. So from here on out, it should be just a matter of changing that out. They told us then that you get about 10 years out of it, and there are some issues. I mean, we had to move a game at Westside this year because it tears. And I know I've talked with former AD at Teohana, John Canning, a good bit, and he said we're patching it all the time. It's becoming a safety issue. I know Mr. AD at Westside, Jeremy West, and I were talking today, and he said, we do worry if we don't take care of this, high school league's gonna come in and say, these are not safe to play on, and you lose all your home games till you fix it, so.
So the track and the field were done in 15?
Yeah, everything was
On
done,
both
traffic,
schools?
everything was done in 15, yeah.
And the last question, as far as the scoreboards, I guess we're calling them, that's not, I mean, do you think that was done at the same time?
Oh, yeah, that was when the sales tax was originated. That was one of the first things we did while we're starting on AIT, but that was everything was done at one time, because they had, a lot of underground work had to be done for wiring, cable, just construction.
Right.
What I've been told too is the jumbotrons, the technology is
It's
so
just
outdated
dated,
now,
yeah.
you
Like
can't even get parts.
Yeah, they can't get parts. It's kind of Chromebooks and computers is technology.
Planned obsolescence, that's
Yeah.
one we're.
Yeah.
We were at a football game at Westside and I didn't notice any problem with it. I mean, it's like,
Well, yeah, they can't get updates and equipment. The pixel's going out if you look at it.
I saw
It-
Mr., I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's going out. I mean, it is.
I saw Mr. Kitsos's name on there. Mr. Grant, is he the, kind of the trained person for the Daktronics?
Coordinates the Daktronics discussions with them.
Okay. What's his assessment? I mean, is he putting it together with duct tape and baling wire every week, or is it?
Mr. Price
Yeah.
is going, we're end of life and it's gonna become increasingly difficult to get parts.
I mean, it goes out, the jumbotrons go out frequently and they have to restart them and all that. And Dean has told me it is a issue with, it's just we're at the end of life technology.
So it's been going out, how long have you known about this, or how long has there been problems with the jumbotron, I guess what I'm.
It's really gotten worse, last year or two, I think, noticeable. It's not, and I'd say maybe last year. And keep in mind that those jumbotrons for both schools bring in a tremendous amount of revenue. I mean, they're kind of cash cows for our athletic departments. I think both schools raise somewhere around $115,000 each year just in revenue. Now, Westside is fortunate enough to be able to have the billboard, but people are more worried about the jumbotron, and it's just very informative. And to be honest with you, if someone come up there and watch on a Friday night, it's kind of neat to see because the kids run all this stuff. There's actually a curriculum from Daktronics. They actually have a curriculum now, and the kids up there, and people don't see what I see. Those kids are running everything, and Coach Strop, and I'm not, I just don't see the one at Hannah's much, but they do the same thing. The kids run the cameras. It's a well orchestrated thing. So it's actually a broadcasting class. So it's an educational purpose too. So it's great. It really is neat. And the responsibilities, they do a lot of it on their own. It's very, very neat to watch them work.
Remind us of the funding source, please, for this
Sales
4.5.
tax.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
Last question, like the auxiliary track services, like for the long jump and stuff, will that be replaced?
Yeah.
That's included in this price?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My understanding is those are delaminated as well. It's what Jeremy West told me today. They're starting to delaminate the tracks are, and the old days when I ran track, you had a piece of asphalt out there, and but now these are spongy type, slippery soft, better on the joints and things like that. Not what I ran on. Dixie had a gravel one, true story. I run on that.
would we be voting to approve it tonight, or can we have extra time and
If you
just do
put
it
it
on?
off tonight, we won't have it next year. Mr. Grant, there's and Jeremy and Tommy and Wes, I've talked, if this is delayed, everybody that has these wants to start them as soon as school's out. And then if they start in May, you're basically got a spot in line. If you don't, you won't get it for next football season. And it'll be a whole nother year before you get in there. And then the cost could go up by then.
Maybe they could go down.
Nah, nothing goes down. Nothing goes down.
It might this year.
Okay,
Have we
high
tried to
school
neg-
stadium improvements.
One other question, have we tried to negotiate this price at all?
Yeah, Thompson Turner does a great job. And Wes, if I'm correct, there was another team, company that did the baseball and softball fields, but but Field Turf did the original.
The drainage system that's currently there is
Yeah.
gonna work, it works with the Field Turf product. If we choose a different product, the subsurface material, the drainage system could possibly have to change, which would increase the cost.
Was that the one with the dirt?
And even I think if I was explained to me, Wes and I talked about this the other day, I had a lot of questions on it. Sticking with that Daktronics, you're still using a lot of the same cables. There's a lot of, I guess you call it infrastructure doesn't have to be replaced.
The steel,
You
the
see
steel
it.
structure, where the
Yeah.
panels are. There's value in staying with the 3
And the newer turf, from what Coach Cam's explained to me, is actually cooler than the current turf. It has about a 10 or 15 degrees difference.
That's a complaint for the turf fields.
Yeah. And I say all that, well, I love natural grass, but the beauty of the turf is, to me, is you can let everybody have it. Use it in little leagues, bands, and it doesn't, well, if you go any football, we went over to Serene Stadium last year, and of course Greenville County's going to all turf fields, and the field was just torn up from soccer and things like that, because so many different sports on that, so it kind of eliminates a lot of that issue, all that issue. And honestly, if you go to a stadium now without turf, it looks unfinished.
I would just like to have more time. These proposals come out, on Friday, and then we have to vote on Tuesday. And of course, I worked the weekend, so there's not much time really to look over them and investigate or anything for an immediate vote.
That's a good point. I think we could get the materials a little earlier.
I don't think this is one we need to put off.
No. I mean, we're in danger of losing home games if we don't fix them.
And then we just found out Friday, though. I mean, that's kind of, I don't know,
Good
last
point.
minute.
A lot of money.
We've been talking about it for a while.
Tonight, you just found out tonight, $4,000, put it back in. High school stadium improvements, do I have a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion we approve as presented.
I
Okay,
second.
so we have a motion and a second, and we've had a discussion. Could I get a vote?
Opposed?
Any opposition?
Do you oppose?
Yes, just because my concerns about it being kind of rushed.
One or two? One opposed?
One opposed.
One opposed. Board parliamentarian. Number E, board parliamentarian contract service for 2026.
I'd like to make a motion that the board contract a certified parliamentarian for the year 2026.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Thank you.
I do have a motion to approve a board parliamentarian contract service for 2026. I have a motion and a second. Do I have a discussion?
I would suggest that instead of contracting for a full year, and I am in favor of having a board parliamentarian, but we're not going to know that much or much about the parliamentarian. If we could get a 6-month contract instead of a year, and at least we could evaluate after 6 months how it's going, how they are doing. Did we really need it after 6 months, So I agree with it. I'd love to get them for a full year, but I think prudently we should probably look at a 6-month term if we can find one.
That's everybody's discussion about it. You have a book, I got the book right here, so I don't, because we're paying somebody, right?
Yeah, how exactly does this work? If we're in a meeting, they sit here and kind of give us guidance on what we can and can't do?
They'll be online probably.
But I mean, it'll be online, but I mean, they'll,
I would think they would probably sit idle unless we asked for help. Would that be
Uh-huh.
the case?
We'd be better served by purchasing everyone a book.
Yes, sir.
And let them read on their own.
Yes, sir. Sure would. I have one, and Mr. Dukes have one. We can get you one.
Yes, ma'am. It's an excellent book stop, and it's got probably more chapters and verses than my good book. So I don't think this is anything anybody's going to have committed to memory. We've already, I had to amend the minutes tonight in regard to all of that happened in November with, I got a motion and a second that
been
was not,
corrected.
so that, I don't think that was properly followed.
And I
So
was
think-
concerned about moving from executive to.
Correct.
Because, I mean,
So-
the little things like that, we want to do it right.
My example would be, basically, it's a referee. And
It-
we hire referees for football and all our sports to make sure the rules are being followed and things are done fairly. It makes the game go smoothly, it keeps everything above board. Otherwise, it's street ball, and when I used to play street ball, it was no blood, no
Well-
foul, and that's chaos, and that's,
How much-
if
how
we need
much
somebody, we need somebody.
And I would agree with Mr. Dukes. He's got that book, and he could read it, and I could read it, we still have two different answers.
Absolutely.
You know, this way, interpretations of the rule, maybe.
And we don't have time to sit
Yeah,
and thumb
exactly.
through all these pages.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how much are we looking for to pay this parliamentarian? Maybe I get off the chair and do that.
Well, finding a certified parliamentarian, I've just, a while back, we discussed it, and they're hard to find. It probably will have to be somebody online. And what I came up with, what I found recently was $90 to $120 an hour. I don't know if that's, what I got was correct. Which,
I bet we'll start getting out of here sooner with parliamentarian.
yeah, I was thinking that was a little low. And if you look at what we pay a group of referees that come to do a football game, it's probably about the same.
Yeah, you pay them about $120 a night.
That's about, yeah. So.
It was 9 something now. They
It'll
come
keep our
in at
board meetings
6.
shorter.
Yeah.
It could help, it could help.
She'll keep us, or
I
he'll keep
agree,
us on
Rick,
task.
just give it a 6-month try and see if it works. I mean, I'm,
When you say see if it works, I mean, I just don't understand.
yeah.
Well, what are you gonna do if I did something wrong? You gonna slap me on the hand or something? I don't
So,
understand.
Madam Chair, I'll offer an amended motion that we contract services for 6 months. Or we negotiate services time. So, you know, I don't know what's out there. You might not can find someone for 6 months, and I'd hate for, you know, us to say a year or to say 6 months, because it would rule out what we can find. So I would just leave the searching to the staff, and see the best. They know our wishes, so they can look for 6 months, but maybe those aren't out there.
Well, for me to do it correctly with Robert's Rules of Order, do I need to go back through and not say that we are doing board parliamentarian for a year? We're changing it to 6 months?
I would say just leave off for 2026 and just say contracted services. And that leaves it open, and we'll vote on the contract.
I mean, they may require a longer.
Yeah, they may
contract.
require 12 months,
Yeah.
you know.
Ms. Bradshaw, can you restate your motion?
Sure. I move that we approve the administration's recommendation to hire a board parliamentarian, and we work to contract those services.
Second.
So I had a motion to reword E. Did you get that? To reword it in, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So now, basically, how many hours does our board meeting last on average?
5, 4 to 5.
Okay, so that's 5 times, say, $100, right?
Yeah, that's $500. It might be $550.
Okay.
So, I mean, it might be $150.
Dr. Kelly, how much does it cost for a Christmas dinner for the board?
A Christmas dinner?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We have not had a Christmas dinner.
No, how much did it cost? So you haven't had one?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
So can you say what that dinner have cost us to go to that dinner? Come on up with something. You got. Huh? It was $250 to feed tonight, but nobody is here, they say, that knows how much the dinner costs. We did have a Christmas dinner.
Okay.
Rick, or-
Here's my point. We're willing to spend money for somebody to sit by their phone or by their computer
Well, I do understand it. It's what we think that's important, and that's what all our minds is. It's what we think is more important than a Christmas dinner, or what would be something else, to have a parliamentarian to come and correct us. But now, after that person correct us, I still don't understand, but that's not for me to understand it the way Sandra needs to understand it. But they are saying that they need this, and if the others need this, or they're saying that we need this, then I like you, I don't go along with it, that we need it, but I'm pretty sure that it will happen. But I don't know I don't understand, if we're doing wrong, what are we gonna do? Is it something to help us to do it correctly?
Well, it could generate litigation if we did something wrong, literally.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
mean, we could generate litigation.
When we were letting in from Columbia to teach us and instruct us and brought us through the order, that didn't go the way y'all planned it. So now we want to get a period.
No,
Why don't we just get Judge Walker and come and sit down on our meetings?
Well, and the parliamentarian would prevent the debacle that happened the last meeting,
What was that?
where Mr. Dukes amended it in the meeting minutes.
being
They're not sure.
ruled out of order,
Yeah.
and I was given no reason as to why it was out of order. I've looked that up, I've researched that. There were about 5 criteria for a motion being ruled out of order, and it was none of those. So, tonight I ran for board chair. Congratulations, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
If I'd have won, this would have still been on the agenda, and I would have graciously embraced having a parliamentarian. It's like having a referee. Referees aren't punitive. They're not there for punitive reasons. They're there to answer questions and to make sure that we're following the rules. Otherwise, it's just like Ms. Burr said, I didn't have a defense of being ruled out of order and just ended it there just out of respect, but I would like to have a reason. So if we had a parliamentarian, they could clear that up right there.
I'll clarify, put it in Denver and Buffalo. Was it interception, or was it interception or reception? But at the end of the day, the officials said what it was, and that's what you go by.
Is that the one I saw?
Yeah, that was it.
Oh, okay.
And there was, so,
Well, I can see when
but you did have somebody make that decision.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can see decisions as a lawyer part, or I said the wrong thing, I'm gonna, charge you tonight $50 because you didn't do this or that. Okay, so I can see one coming here for that. But when you're saying just because y'all playing ball, I don't care nothing about that. But, whatever.
Let's call for a vote.
Yeah, that's
Let's call for a vote.
yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I understand what
Call
Mr.
for a
Kay's saying. Maybe we need to have a Christmas dinner this year.
No, we really want it. Okay, did you, are you okay, Mr. K? Yes, sir, thank you. Okay, we have, board parliamentarian. We've already had a discussion and we changed it. Did you get the changes? Make sure you got the changes, because I wouldn't know the
I think
changes.
Rick amended it.
Rick
to
amended
just
it
to-
Just for contracted services.
for contracted services. I had the motion and I
Yeah,
had the
ready for a
second.
vote.
Now we're voting.
All in favor?
All in favor? I don't know what to do. I really don't. It doesn't matter anyway, it passed.
You
Hey,
gotta vote.
oh, Mr., you and I are holding hands.
So we have 2 noes.
2 noes. Mr. K, 2 noes. Okay, that's correct. 2 noes. Mr. Larry and Mr. K. Ms. Larry don't understand, but you know what? Okay. Well, okay, board parliamentary. Here we go up here. Number F. We had already moved, and that might have been a good one time for the parliamentarian to move something from
Executive session.
executive session back up to this session. So we moved it back up to this session, so it's sale of the building, downtown Anderson. The district office, downtown Anderson.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to list for sale the property at 102 North Main Street for an amount equal to or greater than $5 million for a period of 180 days, and with the stipulation that all offers be presented to the board for consideration.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there a discussion? There are no discussion?
I think
Just for
there's a lot of discussion.
clarification, the point of the motion is to get the conversation rolling. I'm not sure what got the conversation kicked to January, but I know that's where we are with it. Same as last time, I'm not married to these specifics, but the intent is, in my opinion, to help restore public trust and move on from this situation so we can focus on the future.
That sounds real good. That's your opinion,
Thank
and
you.
I'm gonna give you mine. That building was built, and a lot of us here, 'cause I think I was sitting right over there when they even started it, talking about it. These people need a place so they can have an office, and so that office is downtown. I think the last time Miss Amy was here, she said something about a big safe. She had a big safe, a big vault that she had to whatever move around. And I see no place for these people to go. So that's just like not back at the district office because on Pierre-Mandary Road, because we got land there and we're gonna try to do something for the buses. They don't have any place to go or be or have a nice place to be, what I can see. So with selling this building won't help us, to me, won't help us. I don't know if that's a whatever kind of decision or what was made back in that time, but for me to say, yes, I agree with you, Mr. Thompson, on that, I do not. Because these people do not have any place to go. I know you said, somebody had said, not you, but somebody on the board had said maybe they could go to a school, or they could go here, or they could go there. I don't see that. If it's the district office, then it should be somewhere where they are.
And also, are you done?
Yes.
Also, I will remind Mr. Thompson that in our last meeting when we discussed this, I suggested tabling it until January, and we could gather a lot of information inside, but I think you insisted that we not table it, that we go ahead and vote, because there was a motion and a second. So we voted, and it was voted down not to sell it. So why it's even on here is beyond my understanding, since it's already been voted on.
Well, and our
And to speak to that, it's in the minutes that we just approved that it was to be taken up in January. So I respect the board's decision. I just wanted to, with it being in the minutes, that it was to be brought back up. I didn't know if somebody had the time, had some more ideas. I know there was, go ahead, Mr. Price.
Mr. Thompson, and I told you, I'm not married to it. You know, it serves a purpose. I think people are making an emotional decision instead of a business decision. End of the day, we're entrusted by our constituents to look after the finances of the district. Now, when that whole building was done, it was great, but we had no idea we were going to secure the property next door. I, quite honestly, I talked to two realtors today, and they laughed when I said, what you want to list it for? They wouldn't even touch it because nobody's going to buy it for that. I mean, if you get bank financing involved and all that, they're going to want an appraisal. What businessman's going to pay? And it serves its purpose for the time being. I have suggested, since we just recently secured this land here, we need a long-range plan for this land. And it's not hurt us anything now to use it. And if we see down the road, we could relocate everything to one location, which I think would be great. Have everything here on the bypass. It would be great. gives us time to decide what we want to do, because when we, I guess my other pressing issue is we've got a age in middle school that's, we keep dumping money into, something's got to be done. We've got a lot of complaining about the size of Robert Anderson. End of the day, if I remember correctly, we're a school district. We're not here to sell and build buildings. We're here to do what's best for our students. To me, that's just our middle school issues are our more pressing issues right now, more than a building downtown that has people in there, the finance department and Title I. They have no foot traffic anyway, so it's not like they have a lot of visitors anyway. That's just my take on it. I don't see making an emotional decision. And I keep hearing constituents. Well, every constituent isn't on Facebook. I've got plenty of people that like it. It's like my dad has always said, there's only one thing two Baptists can agree on, and that's what the third one ought to give. And my dad was a Baptist preacher. So you're going to get different opinions. You're not going to poll every constituent, only ones that agree with you on your Facebook or anybody. I don't ask you. I've had people, building, no problem to me. I'm sure some don't like it. I've had some, what'd y'all build that for? So just my opinion, I think there's more pressing issues than worrying about a building downtown that's serving its purpose right now. And like I said, I'd love to see it out here, beside here, all next door, everything on one campus. And I think Mr. Dukes will agree with this. Originally, we were going to have another building down there beside it for the educational wing. And and we kind of pulled the plug on that. And maybe we'd been better off to do it, but we didn't. So that's just my take on it.
That building was a stacked shoebox, and it was.
Yeah, I didn't like the design.
It was going to be a very
But it was the
difficult
original
building.
plan.
Correct.
And Tripp, I'm sorry, but you were on board with it when we were doing that. But I didn't like the design of it either. I agree with Tripp. It was just.
I was given the blueprint, the task, who was going to be where.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that I agree, because that building was not a very good building.
Oh, and I think we made the right decision by stopping what we did.
I would agree with that. Just a comment, going back to what Ms. Leverett said, the purpose, just to refresh everybody's memory, is accurate, was to get transportation into the building and get them out of those dilapidated, horrible portables they were in. I've visited them many times. Mr. Bus Transportation is here, and he can speak to that, but it was, those were bad. So in terms of who's down there now, my comments the last time were, we have a house divided. We have 25% of the people downtown. We have 75% of the people in this building. I just think it would be better to have everybody there, superintendent, in one place. I think it just sends a solid message to the staff, and this is where people come. This is where the parents come. This is where student services is when you're having issues, personnel, and all that sort of thing. So. Yes, the finance department needs a vault. They have a vault down there because it was a bank. They have a vault here. But you have other departments that could possibly go other places, and we have room in the district. We haven't really looked and made an honest effort to say who can go where we could send a department if we wanted to sell it. I just don't see any issue with just listing this and to see what offers we get. If they're too low to take, then it's going to solve itself anyway.
So we just sat here in open session and said, hey, we're going to take $5 million. We'd take $5 million. So that guarantees a loss of $1.6 million.
Yeah, I'm not.
So that building is paid for. You don't lose money until you sell it. Okay? It's functioning. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Even with your plan, we're still going to be a divided house, okay? Because we can't get everybody back here. Let's push this on down the road. Let's continue to look at appraisals on the building, and when it gets to where we need it to be and not cost the taxpayers money, then that might be a good time to look at it.
And I'll reiterate again, I think we need to really work on a long-range plan for the land we've just secured and decide what, in other words, don't rush in to do it right if we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
I know originally, the county and city both tried to get us to build where the Bells building was, a whole downtown building down there. And and I think the developer kind of spooked people off, things like that, but, I think we've been gracious enough to get a good buy on this land next door, and it would help the businesses along the bypass to have that many more white-collar jobs here as well. I just don't want to rush in and start scrambling around, spending money here and there, and when our middle schools need a lot of attention.
Well, enough constituents pushed back the first time that you scrapped that second building, but in my opinion, it would go a long way in reestablishing public trust that we're not wasting $6 million, on a building when there probably was other solutions. But, we're going to be asking for a penny sales tax again in about 2 years, and we need to establish the trust of the public.
And losing money is establishing trust.
Let's look
Well-
at 1.6 million.
Intentionally losing money is establishing trust.
The $6 million was what they were upset about in the first place.
A commercial building's not cheap. I don't care what you build. It's not cheap. It's not building a house.
Cater's Lake is 6 million. I don't see people complaining about Cater's Lake.
You're not listening then, if that's the case.
8 million, I ain't heard anybody likes that.
Um,
Or $15 million in Winter Park.
And
Looks
I
great.
respect the will of the board. I'm happy to withdraw the motion. The point was, it was in the minutes for it to come
Yeah.
back up.
Yeah,
And I
and-
thought somebody had come up with some idea, or somebody had some intention for
I just-
January.
Mr.
Just
Thompson,
let me finish, and then
Yeah.
I just want to say that, I'm told a lot of times I need to listen to the educators, and I need to listen to the people who are tuned in with the classrooms and things like that. And the indicators are flashing red when it comes to public trust for Anderson School District 5. And the evidence of that is, the last election, you had 3 incumbents flip on the school board. That doesn't happen in District 5. You also had the county sales tax get annihilated in a vote by the public. And so the point of me bringing this up is, initially was, I'm trying to do something, some things to show the public that we're listening. And like I said, I respect the will of the board. I'm happy to withdraw the motion. I just want you to know where it's coming from, because I fear it's going to compromise funding if and when we ask the public for help.
Well, and I understand, Mr. Thompson, but I still just, like I said, I just think we're rushing into it.
That's fine.
With this land here. I mean, I'm totally for having everything on one location. I just think I need a long-range plan. If you go back to when the current Telhana was built, people didn't do long-range planning, and it's kind of been a cluster of where to put things over the years. Not blaming anybody then, it's just the way things were done. And if you take time and do a long-range plan of this land here beside us, I mean, there's no doubt we've got room for it now, which we didn't have earlier. It would be nice to have everybody on one location. I'm not doubting at all. I just don't want to waste taxpayers' money by selling something under market value just to get rid of it. That's
And
my.
just for clarification, my motion was to list it, and the motion said 5 million or greater. So I hear all the arguments, and that's fine. And I will, Ms. Burris, did you have something before I?
Oh, no, I
withdraw my-
just was going to say the same thing. It's just about listing the property. It's not about anything else.
Madam Chair, I withdraw my motion to list 102 North Main Street for sale, out of respect for the will of the board and their previous vote.
Parliamentarian,
We're good.
Yeah.
you want to move on? Okay. Executive session. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
Can I stop 1 second?
Yes, sir.
I got corrected. I better mention this, I'll get lynched. Kaylee Volrath received the Golden Apple at Homeland Park Award a few months back, and I don't see them all, so we want Homeland Park, so we don't want to leave anybody wanting the Golden Apple Award. So I apologize for the interruption,
Okay.
but y'all know who interrupted me, so I don't want to miss that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you know all these people, because I don't even hear that. So good, I'm
Well,
glad
Madam
that
Chair,
You were off topic.
Yes.
could I make the
Terry, you
same
wanna go?
motion, could I make the motion to list the property, the 201 for the 5 million or greater?
Yeah, you can do whatever you need to do. That's what you're going to do. Okay, so we're gonna go back to that, parliamentary.
All right.
Board, the parliamentary, going back to, the sale of the property, I have a motion, I have a second, I've
Don't
had,
have a second.
I'll second it.
he
Now we
seconded,
have a second.
and we have a motion, a second, we've already discussed it. Could I get a vote? Who wants to sell the building downtown for starting off at 5,
Listed for
List.
sale.
listed for sale?
So we're not gonna sell it, we're just gonna list it.
See what it brings.
See what it brings.
Did you get that, Ms. Wright? Revote, so I think Ms. Wright needs to see that.
4.
She got 4. Got 2 here and 2 here.
All opposed?
All opposed? What about you, brother? Kay, Mr. Kay? Opposed? Yes, sir, we got you.
5.
Okay, 5-4. Okay. So that was defeated, the selling of the property downtown, or posting it to tell you how much you want for it. Could I get a motion now to go into, executive session?
So move.
I'll second
Okay,
Madam Chair, you need to itemize what you're going to executive session for.
yes, sir, thank you. Executive session, section 3470A2, receipt of legal advice relating to matters covered by the attorney-client privileges. Section B 3470A1, discussion of employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release of employee regulated by a public body. A, teacher resignation, allocations, and employment. B, administrative contracts. Capital C, section 3472, discussion of regarding the development of social security devices, school fencing. D, section 34072, sale of property. Oh, we strike that one, put that one up at the front. So the only one we got C. And I think that was it. That's it.
So move.
So I have a second and, to go into, vote to go into executive session. Okay, we're in the executive session.
Mr. Case,
Mr.
Got a second?
Got a second? Yes, sir?
All in favor?
All in favor?
Unanimous.
We got,
Unanimous? Yes, I got you.
we got her back in here.
Okay, we're out of executive session. We gotta wait till they come back in.
Yes, you have to wait on Ms. Wright.
Yeah, wait on Miss Sister Wright.
Okay. I'll put that over there.
Yes, and don't forget, you all have things in the conference room. If you don't wanna get it tonight, it'll be there and you can come back.
Nothing perishable.
No, like that cake you got last year.
Lots of sweets in there.
Good catch, good catch.
Okay, we're out of, no.
we have Miss Wright.
You know,
And she fell asleep in her
She
car.
said, you can write. You can write.
Oh, and, Ms. Leverett.
Sounds
we
wonderful.
Those 25, 26 personnel recommendations, we did not hire any doctors. So you cross out C, we will not need a motion for C.
That's
And
scary.
cross that in.
So cross out C and cross out E on the second page.
Well, see, that's what
Here,
I
you want mine?
Yeah.
Cross out C. So we'll only need A, B, and D. Yes, ma'am.
you still come with Bell with us, will you?
That's what my wife said. I haven't looked. I need to look right now. Snow and stuff.
Explain
I'll get a motion to come back into this.
No, we've already back in.
He does. Okay.
You got you.
I was gonna ask, because I saw.
Ms. Wright, did you get the motion and the second? I think I'm, who made the motion, did I? Okay.
He does it all.
Yeah, I made the motion, Troy seconded. It was unanimous vote.
It's always unanimous. You get out to come in, over now it's gonna be unanimous too.
Yeah.
Okay, then we're in executive, out of executive session. The action necessary for items for the executive session we need to vote on is A, actions related to matters covered by the attorney-client privileges. I think what we did was,
I'll make a motion.
okay, we're gonna make a motion.
I'll make a motion and instruct the administration to resolve a payment dispute with a contractor.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved properly, second, motion and second, and there's no discussion. Could I get a vote? Okay, gotcha.
You abstaining?
Two abstain.
Who was that?
Tripp and Paul abstain.
I didn't abstain.
No, I'm sorry, I was just asking.
Oh, I thought you, okay.
Tripp and who abstained?
Oh, yes, I'm abstaining.
Yeah.
I'm abstaining, that's,
Hey, can everybody hold up their hands for Tiffany? All in favor?
Not all in favor, them two down
Yeah, and two abstentions.
there. Okay.
I'm abstaining.
Mr. K, he with us,
He was
right?
good.
Two
Might be
abstains.
sleeping.
Two abstentions.
Okay, administrative contracts.
Miss, Madam Chairwoman, is that what I'm supposed to call you?
Yeah.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yeah, that's what they got on the thing. The chairman be fine.
Madam Chairman, there you go. Madam Chairman, I make a motion we approve the administration's recommendation on contracts.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second.
All in favor?
Oh, yeah, all in favor. I was gonna say he seconded. Okay, good job. Okay, gotcha. D, schools, security fencing.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept the administrative recommendation to do option one at the McCants Middle School.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's properly motioned and second. No discussion. Could I get a vote?
Great.
You got it. Could I get someone to make a motion to
Madam
adjourn?
Chair, as Mr. K would say, with our hearts mind, our hearts right, I make a motion we adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Got a motion and a second that we adjourn. Could I get a vote to adjourn?
Good night.
And I just got this picture in my head, Harold, of you laying in the bed with
Yeah.
your feet propped up.
Yeah, he about
Yeah.
asleep.
Thank you, Mr. K. Thank you, Ms. Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. K.
I think I might try that next month.
Thank you, appreciate you.
I should do.
Hey, but I don't wanna be sick like you are, Harold.